Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Session 3, Day 3 of the 2024 USAPL Collegiate Nationals here in Atlanta, Georgia. My name is Yuvraj.
My name is Benjamin.
And we will be your commentators for today's session. Now, this is a big session. This is probably going to be one of the most anticipated sessions. The male 90 and 100 kg lifters. We're going to see some extremely talented lifters out there, massive numbers, and arguably these two weight classes, some of the most competitive up there with 82.5 in all of powerlifting, honestly. I'm excited.
Oh, I'm excited too. We got some heavy hitters out there for sure. Tune in and watch out for today. Most notably, you'll see on platform 3 on our second flight, Kyle White, Georgia's favorite. He is expected to total 742, but I just know something's going to tell me he's going for 800 for sure.
We will be seeing multiple, I want to say 770, 780 plus totals in the 90 kilo class, totals that would have won CNATs a couple of years ago, but now will not be able to even get you into the top 10. This is how much the competition has progressed, and we're going to be in for a show for sure.
A show for sure. Here are the current rankings for Raw men. Midland leading with 47. UTSA trailing behind by 6 points with 33. Texas A&M trailing by 2 points under UTSA with 31 points. McKendree following up with 19 and UMass with 18.
And these team rankings, obviously, it does look like Midland has the lead right now by a bit, but keep in mind the way team scoring work, it is very weighted towards those podium spots. And so in this team scoring system, if you place first place in your weight class and are registering a total, that will count for 12 points, which is followed by a 9-point rating if you place second, and then 8 if you place third. So big drop off here. A lot of our athletes will be trying to go for that first place spot to get their school in that lead. And I'm excited. You know, I think Ben and I can relate to this. We hang around a lot of 90 kilo lifters. We know a lot of individuals in the 90 kilo class. One of the most popular classes, I believe, in terms of the lifters you see at the highest stage. And man, you're about to see some numbers that are ridiculous here as openers.
Some ridiculous openers indeed. Some hold on tight. Some lifting is under its way. To start us off on platform 1, we're going to have Thomas McCartney. Platform 2, we're going to have Matthew Sales. Platform 3, Patrick Festa. And then platform 4, Alexander Thielen. All right, it's almost time to start the lifting. Looks like the crowd's excited. We're excited too. Let's get to it. Alrighty. Looks like our spotters and loaders are ready to go. The bars are loaded. And it is time to start lifting. Platform 2, we got Matthew Sales stepping out to 200 kilos.
Big opener here. Platform 1, Thomas McCartney not so far behind with 197.5. Platforms 3 and 4 as well. Some of it being moved.
Looks like on platform 4, Alexander Thielen won't be opening with much. He must be dealing with a tough injury, but it's nice to see him come out and show and put a total on the board.
Good lift there for Thomas, and also a good lift for Matthew Sales. Matthew Sales will be followed by another Matthew taking 207.5 from Drexel. And up on platform 1, we have Wesley taking 202.5 keys for a smooth squat opener.
Here's Al Nee pulling up on platform 3 with 220 for his opener. And a rock lead from Liberty. Oh, an accident. But a good catch from our spotter.
Hopefully everybody's okay.
Hopefully everybody is okay, but they're able to get the bar back onto the J-hooks.
Wesley, big brace here, hitting depth, easy 202.5 opener. And that will be a no lift there. 2 reds out of 3 total lights means that is a no lift. Remember, we need to have 2 out of 3 white lights at the minimum for it to count. It's not a successful attempt.
Kim Mensinger on platform 3, stepping up to 235 keys. He's going to be representing Texas A&M, a really big team. As you saw, they were 2nd place on the men's raw ranking. Jacob Bostrak on platform 4, representing University of Minnesota. Absolutely nukes his squat of 220. 2 out of 3 white lights. That's all you need.
And now we have Edward preparing for a 210 back squat here. We're going to see a range of sort of strength here on the day. I know a lot of these athletes are coming in with absurdly high qualifying totals, especially in the 90 kilo class. Be looking forward to seeing.
And it looks like we have a new guest joining us at the commentators table. Ken Lee, welcome to the commentators table.
Thankful to be here. We got Jack Townsend, opened up with 230, 2 red lights. It's going to be a no good lift.
It's unfortunate to see the judging here today throughout the entire weekend has been very strict. A bit of a fight from Edward on platform 1. He still gets it up though. See what the judges say. 3 white lights, good lift.
Tyler Matson, opened up with 235 on platform 4.
Brent here walking out with, I believe, our first squatter with the sides of the combo racks in, going for a massive 242.5 kilo squat.
And as you can see, people, as time goes on, the lifts get heavier. So stick around.
Easy squat there for Brent. 242.5 kilos as a 90 kilo lifter for an opener is no joke. We are going to see some big 600, mid 600 squats here, potentially even 700s.
Platform 2, the cameras will go down shortly. We are replacing a cable on our end, but if you want to follow along with Platform 2, you can open up LiftingCast.com and follow along with your friend or favorite lifter.
And now Platform 3, PJ Krasinski from Notre Dame. Personal bias here, he is my coach and very knowledgeable individual growing into the 90 kilo class.
Ooh.
Well,
Smokes 242.
very easy squat there on the day.
Platform 4, Ji Hao pulling up. 245 on the bar. Let's see how it fares under him.
Good lift for our lifters on platform 1 with Alexander. Another Alexander following up with 225 for an opener. Wow. Very well done on platform 4.
And it looks like we are back. Adrian from the University of Texas at Austin absolutely smokes 225. Moving on with Brian Flores representing George Mason, also squatting 225.
Now Alex on platform 1 gets 3 whites there for 225 kilos. We are pushing into the 5 plate, 496-pound territory there on platform 1. Very impressive.
Here's Chris McBean. He finally gets the squat command. And an easy 245, representing University of South Florida.
2 different 225 squats here on platform 1 and 2 with Isaac and Brian. Very smooth for Isaac. Just as smooth for Brian. Let's see if they get good lift calls here. Good lift for Isaac. Great lift
for Brian.
And the energy we can expect to sort of gather here. It is an evening session, so a lot of our audience members might be tired if they've been here from the morning, but I have a feeling the level of competition will make up for it very easily.
For sure, for sure. Especially when we get Midland and the Raging Cajuns later down the line.
Armando smoking his first squat there on platform 3 rather. Did see Armando training at the local DNA Strength gym a couple of days ago. Very strong squatter. Let's see what he has in store today. And Liam here, 225 as well with a narrower squat stance. Very well done.
Here's Andreas on platform 2, getting ready with 225. Makes easy work with it. And 247.5. Oh, Spencer loses his balance. That's going to be a no lift.
Now, as a reminder to those who are new to the sport, in order to get 3 white lights in the squat, part of that includes squatting the weight in a continuous manner and also achieving depth. Would you mind explaining what depth actually is, Ben?
So depth is going to be where the waist goes beyond the top of the knee parallel. That's exactly what the national level referees are going to be looking for. Hip crease, my bad. But the strict judging nonetheless, and it's great to see that it's a green carpet so far across the board with a couple misses, but you know, with this strict judging, I sure hope that it doesn't mess up any of the lifters today. Here's Jarrett Nowak, a part of OSU, about to squat 252.5 on platform 3.
And Colin here opening with 227.5 kilos. Big 500-pound squat as an opener. Can expect it to move ridiculously fast. Jonathan on platform 4 taking 250 as well for his opener. Now, as these openers progress, why don't we go ahead and introduce ourselves a little briefly and what our background to powerlifting might be. Start with you.
Right, so I'm Kinley. I'm from Greenville, South Carolina. I'm 5 weeks out from another national meet. I competed at CNETs last year, helped get Gamecock Barbell at the University of South Carolina started, which we had 2 athletes compete here this weekend that I helped make it through their first national meet. One of my athletes just competed at nationals a couple weeks ago, did fairly well, All-American. But how about you guys?
I'm Benjamin, and I'm part of GSU Barbell. I am a part of GSU Barbell, but I'm also future vice president of GSU Barbell.
I know that. Congratulations.
Thank you. My promotion is yet to come, but is in the works. And so far, I have 1 meet under my belt. It was back in December. It was in hopes to qualify for this CNETs. Unfortunately, I did not make it, but I am just as happy to commentate CNETs.
And yeah, my name is Yuvi. I am a graduating senior here at Georgia Tech Barbell. I am one of the VPs. I do all the social media for our team. Similar to Ben, looking to qualify this year, but got injured, but still very happy to be part of the process. And Ben and I are actually both 5 weeks out.
That's true.
5 weeks out from another meet. So we'll be looking to get our names on the board there.
Our get back.
Our get back. What was your weight class, by the way?
Kenley?
I compete in the 82.5 kilo weight class, and I'm also
nice.
5 weeks out. I'm very excited
Good
as
luck.
everything starts getting heavier.
Yeah. There we go. Perfect motivation for us heading into our meet prep. Wonderful. Speaking of which, we are on to seconds already, onto a lot of our platforms. Thomas kicking us off here with 207. And it's funny, Ben mentioned earlier the execution on a lot of these lifts. I think especially with the 90 kilo weight class, some of these athletes have moving into the weight class from 82 perhaps. They have a lot of meet experience under their belt. So execution to the highest standard, controlling everything they possibly can.
And I'm glad you mentioned some 82 lifters that are now transitioning to the 90 kilogram weight class. It's going to take some time for them to adjust to their new physical bodies. It's going to change a lot of their dimensions, So hopefully they understand. Looks like we have Tyler Lester, Georgia native for UGA. His opener is going to be 252.5 on platform 2.
Wow. And Tyler Lester, as Ben mentioned, big 252 squat. That is very impressive for a 90 kilo lifter, even a 100 kilo lifter.
Here's Jacob on platform 4, getting ready to squat 235 for his second attempt. And Kim on platform 3, representing Texas A&M, about to squat 245 kilos.
Now, we can't really get a full picture here. It's only the openers and first squats. But a lot of our athletes here will be trying to potentially secure the qualifying total to compete at the USAPL Raw Nationals competition in Salt Lake City in September. And for some context, the qualifying totals for the 90 and 100 kilo classes respectively are 797.5 kilos for the open division in 90 and 825. And sorry, just heard from my producer some comments on that. So these will actually be for next year because Raw Nationals this year did fill up, big demand, and as part of the way the sport is growing, people are getting that opening, those qualifying totals a lot more frequently. So there is still some stuff at risk here for our competitors, and people will be making that push.
There's Gabriel waving hello after smoking 247 and a half.
We got Dallas Romanowski on platform 4, keeping it conservative, staying at 250. We got a lot of people missing on platform 4 on depth. We've got multiple people jumping 15, 17.5 kilos. Dallas keeping it conservative, that way you can get on the board. Unlike a lot of people on here so far.
It's a very good point there, Kenley. I mean, these big jumps, as John slightly misses out on depth here on the side calls. We're heading into the heavier weight classes. Larger jumps between attempts on squat especially are going to become more and more common. You can see Brent taking 257.5 keys for a second.
Solid second choice for him.
Speaking of big jumps, looking at both of these platforms, 1 and 2, what seems like lower openers coming out with high 400s, 500-pound squats for their second. Makes you wonder what they have planned for their third attempts coming up. And now we see as Alex, as he squats, 230 there as a second. And now, Kenley, you've mentioned that you've had some of your athletes go to national level meets. What are you usually looking for when picking attempt selections for your first, second, third squats based on the environment?
Right, so obviously, number one, it comes down to their strength level and everything like that. Like, you're going to have percentage-based jumps. And when it comes down to third attempts, it depends on who you're competing against. which is where scouting becomes so vital.
Very true.
Yesterday, for example, it was a lot of more conservative jumps just because, especially on squat, the platform that we were on, they were calling depth super strict, just like you see on platform 4 here. You look at platform 3, you've got no misses on depth. You look at platform 2, it's green all the way down, versus you look at platform 4 and you've got 6 people that have already missed on depth, and we're not even halfway through the second attempts.
Very well said. And, you know, again, at this high level of competition, it is up to the athletes to make sure they can perform at the level that the judges are upholding. And here, PJ Krasinski on platform 3, taking 257.5 keys. You're seeing a lot of similar choices in weight selection. And I think that's, and he smokes that for a second attempt. Wonder what his top end is.
Yeah, you gotta wonder what his top end is, but I want to point out to platform 4's Spencer Knight. You see, he missed 247.5 because he fell off balance, but it went up with speed, though he did take a step forward. Let's see how this 257.5 goes.
Wow. And we have just heard that there is a shakeup in the team rankings right now for men's equipped. If you were watching the previous session, monster session for Blue Mountain Christian University, and that paid off as they have overtaken both ULL and Texas A&M. So similar to what's going to happen today, you know, a lot of heavy hitters in both the 90 and 100 kilo classes. These men's raw team rankings could flip around. And now, as you mentioned before, you're starting to see athletes who are missing their openers and attempts trying to bounce back. What sort of goes on from a coaching perspective, for example, or handling perspective in terms of how you get the athlete right in their head? What would you say, Kenley?
Right, so I can speak on this from both perspectives because at CNAS last year, I actually ended up missing my second attempt on depth. And just like a lot of these athletes, you know, they're still choosing to go up because they want to stay competitive and they have these numbers in their head. Typically what I look at is taking a slightly more conservative jump just to make them feel comfortable with what they're looking at attempting. That way they can go out there and crush it. Like on platform 2, you got Adrian Ogombi that just crushed his second attempt.
And here, when you talk about squatting, interesting to look at Liam as he hits a wonderful second. His squat, you know, looks a little visibly different from a lot of the other lifters. And when it comes to powerlifting, you see a lot of different variety in the form and bar position. And Liam, they're opting for more of a narrow, lower bar position, where some of our other athletes, Jonathan on platform 4, also a narrow stance. And Jaden here was actually working with him in the warm-up room 2 days ago, looking at him ready to take this squat. And so how do you think athletes figure out their technique, you know, over the long term? Is a narrow stance better than a wide one, or is high bar better than low bar? How do you think people figure that out as lifters?
It all comes down to what is most comfortable for you, and over time you develop that. When I first started, I had a more narrow stance, just given the background. And coming up now, it's, you know, more medium stance. I wear flats instead of heels. It's just what is most comfortable and what's going to allow you to push the most amount of weight and execute consistently.
And then I want to touch up on that. It's going to be a lot of trial and error, right? You're going to look up to a bunch of these influencers and these pro-level athletes.
Yeah.
And you're going to think, maybe that could work for me. And when you try it out for the first month, yeah, it works. The second month, you don't see that much progress. And that third month, you just end up going straight back to whatever you're comfortable with, just like what Kenley was saying.
Very well said. And Isaac there with a nice second attempt. You know, not everybody can squat exactly like Russell Orhe. That's what works for him.
Russell
It might not
Orhe,
work for
David
everybody
Wilson,
else.
Like
David Wilson is a good one. He has a very wide squat stance.
And he even recommends to anybody watching him not to do
don't
what
do
he
it.
does.
Don't do it. It's, yeah.
And you look at his athletes, they typically don't use as an extreme as he does.
Not at all. His squat width is wider than many sumo deadlifters' stances, which is saying something. Here, we're heading into some very heavy numbers here, 277.5 keys as a 90-kilo lifter. Now, again, 90 kilos is just that number in terms of that weight class where you often see the highest amount of, I want to say, total weight lifted at that body weight just because of how the human body works and how a lot of people fall into this weight class. And like you said, especially with 82s coming into the 90-kilo weight class, we see some very large lifts here as we head on to our thirds here on platform 1.
Here's Brandon Rodriguez on platform 4. A bit of a grind on 282.5.
Jacob makes light work of 277.5 keys.
It's going to be good lifts on, no lift on platform 3, but a good lift on platform 4. We're back at the top of the charts on platform 4 with third attempts. Orakli Danelia from Liberty. His back is against the wall. He needs this 230 to get into the lead.
Now, for those who might not be aware, what is the implication of missing all 3 attempts on a certain lift? What does that mean?
So when you miss all 3 attempts, you're going to bomb out and you will not be able to enter a qualified total.
Very well done.
Amazing squat from Orakli on platform 4. That's 3 white lights. And honestly, so during warm-ups for lifts, when I was walking around back there, tensions were high. Honestly, It was pretty scary. There are some people who are more relaxed, a little bit more stoic, but I know for someone like Kyle White, he's super serious. He's so locked in. He just doesn't want anything to get. So honestly, I was tiptoeing around him.
Oh yeah, and Jack Townsend on platform 4 in a similar boat to one of our previous lifters. Has to hit this to stay in the meet. And it's interesting as Wesley unfortunately misses his third attempt. This is a very well-produced meet, very high-level production here in the one of the largest venues ever, I believe, the Collegiate Nationals. We look around the warm-up room, we have, you can mention earlier, 12 total TSS racks with all new TSS equipment. Very high level of quality here. 4 platforms.
Jack Townsend saving his meet with
Very
the third
well done.
attempt.
And John Morale here taking a 10-kilo jump. Very well done. And for those who want to have a supplement to watching this stream and want to keep up with the rankings, you can follow at either scoring.usapl.com to see overall rankings, or you can follow on the LiftingCast online and search up the USA Powerlifting Collegiate Nationals. Especially important to once we start getting into the later lifts of the evening and start seeing those rankings change. And now, as we were discussing earlier, since a lot of our athletes are taking larger jumps between attempts, that third attempt, especially if you miss those first 2, it's a big mental battle there. Now, Kenley, have you ever had to experience athletes being on that verge of needing to hit a third to secure a total or lift?
Oh, absolutely. But there's massive benefit to it, and you can build massive momentum in a comeback story like that, and everybody loves a good comeback story.
Yes, nice shot with that 242.5. Kenley, I gotta agree with you. Everyone wants to see the underdog win. We've seen it time and time again in previous days and sessions where there's supposed to be a predetermined winner, but they've always fallen short. And that's where the underdog came in. The underdog came in by being very consistent through the squat, the bench, and it ended up pulling for the win.
Big energy here for Max as he hits a monster 265 squat. 3 whites there in the all A7, and now we have Kim, platform 3, taking 252.5 squat here.
Alex on platform 1 getting ready to squat 235.
Can he recover and hit this?
Can he go up?
Unable to.
Just not there for the day. He does get to walk with 215.
And you can tell.
The fight for Kim just not enough.
Now we can hear the reverberations of the music. You can expect this to get very loud here in the crowd as lifting goes on. And I believe platform 2, Tyler Lester, getting ready to take 260 here for his squat. While Colin is getting ready to take 240 again, just like. Very well done. No worries. Colin back against the wall. Can he gain momentum just like Henry was doing and hit this third attempt?
And the most interesting part about this meet, with it being as large as it is, I mean, you have people on the big screen. You've got hundreds and hundreds of people competing every day. Tons of people out here in the stands and whatnot. The energy is absolutely ridiculous. You push on to like platform 4.
Oh yeah.
Where you've got like Jonathan right now putting up 267.5.
Big number, yeah.
5 kilo conservative jump, but the energy over there is just uncanny to anything else.
Very well done. And Brent's getting ready to take 265 here for his third on platform 3. While Alexander all smiles there as he hits 242.5 kilos. Very well done. Alexander Engelman there, I believe, will be going 3 for 3 heading into bench. Good squatting day for him so far.
Smooth squat from Brent for his third attempt on 265. He gets 3 white lights. Chan from UMass, is requesting a re-rack. Still has 40 seconds on the clock to get the start.
The crowd right now and the energy is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I
can.
can. This is something feels different compared to the earlier sessions. Like, there's a change in the mood. I think everyone recognizes this is like the class, the session to watch, because there are some lifters in these sessions that have serious potential to break out. And their big third squat from Paulo, 247.5. Now, forget to mention, for those who may not be too familiar with kilogram weights, a lot of these weights are pushing into the 600s, high 500s.
Especially with Luis from University of South Florida, who's squatting 595 pounds. Let's see if he gets his third attempt. And his teammate right next to him, Chris McBean, going for 265, 584, and a 6-plate squat.
And we just learned that Colin on platform 1 has now just prevented himself from bombing out. He had his lift overturned, so his third squat is successful. And now Liam grinding for that 247. Now, the jury system, very critical in national level competition. And I'm sure, Kenny, have you had experience with overturning any lifts, or seen that at least?
I've been super fortunate that I've been blessed with the jury and just judges in general. And when you train to standard and whatnot, and you don't get put in that position, it's nowhere near as stressful.
For sure.
But in situations like that, it's mandatory. And Spencer Knight on platform 4 with a massive 600-pound squat.
Very nice.
Blowing it up. With the energy now, when we're going into 90, 100 kilos, it's not like the other days where you've got 67.5 kilo lifters, 75.5 kilo lifters that aren't putting up 600 pounds, and it's the middle of the flight.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, and as we were noting before, especially as Ethan says, relative to the past few years in this weight class, the way 585, for example, as a squat has been normalized as almost the bare minimum you need as a later attempt going into competition is ridiculous. I mean, you're about to see some monster squats later on in some of these fights that we haven't really seen this level of competition before. And what do you both think is associated with the increase in overall competitiveness and strength these past 2 years? Is it coaching? Is it popularity of the sport?
I think it's a mixture of both. As coaches have come out with new research, as coaches come out with new research and find new ways to add on some more kilos, and not only that, but it's also a picture of equipment as well. I'm not saying these things are definitely
Wow.
30 kilos. That's definitely placebo.
Wow.
But when
Dallas
you have-
Romanowski blowing up a 25-kilo jump
Sorry to cut
for a
you
good
all off,
lift.
but I have to support my coach man here.
PJ.
PJ, oh.
So close. But when you have the correct mixture of right coaching, correct nutrition, and the mindset to become
Correct.
better and to become one of the best, that is what raises the standard from 584 to making you a top 5 to 584 being the standard to be top 20.
Last attempt on platform 4, 292.5 kilos.
We are pushing well into the mid 600s here. This is an impressive deadlift for a lot of these lifters. And now we have Brandon squatting it, putting that weight on his back. No lift there for Jacob.
Looking at 645 pounds.
Wow.
That's crazy. Come
Oh
on,
my
Brandon.
goodness.
Up,
What a
up.
fight.
Absolutely blown it up.
That is not easy work at all. Wow.
Ooh, it's going to be a no
No
lift,
lift.
though.
Unfortunate. And Jacob on platform 3 also misses his lift there.
With all the advancements in powerlifting, the equipment, the coaching, nutrition, all of that's amazing. But what is most important and what's pushed everybody as far as it's come is just competition.
100%, yeah.
The reason why we never saw anybody in the 82-kilo class squat 600 pounds until John Hack did it, and then all of a sudden everybody's doing it.
Yeah.
You see it in every sport. Nobody believed the 4-minute mile was possible until it was possible, and
Exactly.
now we've got kids in high school running a 4-minute mile.
Yeah. Very well said there. And I think the biggest thing specific to our generation, social media helping make a lot of these achievements a lot more well known. I know at least in the college scene especially, people sharing their training or not sharing their training keeps everybody on their toes. And friendly rivalries like this can only push people further and further to stay on top of their training. It is ridiculous. I mean, we're seeing a big range of squats here. And on platform 2, as Jonas prepares for his third attempt squat here of 250, you can notice that the racks are set in. Now that is definitely a matter of personal preference just to allow him to get that wider grip. And what are some of the differences you might see with a wide grip on the squat versus a narrower grip in terms of positioning?
So it's definitely going to be purely subjective, but it's up to the squatter. Jonas, come on. What a great squat by him. But as I was saying, it's completely subjective. For more of our boxy frame builds, they're going to want to keep their hands a bit wider as it is more comfortable for them. And that's why they need to bring the posts in so they can put their hands outside where the posts would usually be.
Very, very well explained there. And man, the volume is already getting loud. It's only we're only starting some of our thirds, or wrapping up some of our thirds here for this first flight. And you can already hear the crowd getting loud here. And, with the 90-kilo class, I mean, again, so many heavy hitters. It's not so much that these athletes are coming from certain schools. Every school has the potential to send a 90-kilo lifter. So, again, rankings could really switch up here. And it's going to be ridiculous. I mean, I'm looking at some of the QTs coming into the meet. We have some very close to 800-kilo QTs from a 90-kilo lifter, which is
And I'm sure
ridiculous.
they want to break that 800 mark today, so I cannot wait to see it. Looks like on platform
Wow.
3, we're already on to our second flight with Demetrius Smith up with 220 for his opener. Now it takes a lot for an individual to reach CNATs, but you will see some really, really heavy squats on platforms 3 and 4, as that is where the heavy hitters of 90 and 100 kilogram lifters will be.
And now, you know, when we're looking at all these lifts, as Kenley and Ben have mentioned, it looks like they're getting more and more absurd by the year. And, you know, you start questioning, you know, whether or not athletes are participating in any other sort of outside sources or assistance for this. But you can rest assured the USAPL is one of the most tightly regulated federations when it comes to drug testing. Last year alone, 86 drug tests were carried out, and these drug tests are not random. They are targeted, and they're usually trying to catch people to make sure the entire platform is clean. There are also out-of-meet testing lists, for example, for the very, very top level. It's good to know that the USAPL is trying to keep the competition fair. And honestly, more of a testament to the genetic freaks we have here in powerlifting nowadays. It's crazy. I mean, we have friends that come in just lifting weights and then suddenly just squat 500 plus their first time. And it's a rare sight to see.
And you take a look at platform 4, like Milo, opening up with over
Ridiculous.
585 pounds, 267.5 kilos. Absolutely massive owners. We're going to see some mid 600 squats, high 600-pound
Oh,
squats.
yeah. You talk about an opener, the difficulty of which, you know, could be related to a weight that you could hit if you were rolling out of bed. And if that is true, then we have athletes in platform 4 hitting 600 pounds, 585-pound ranges like it's nothing. Mitchell here, getting 225 as an opener. The openers here on these next fights are also getting very, very large. You're about to see a lot of second and third attempts into the mid 500s and high 500/600 range marks.
Right, and you've got Mr. Castillo on platform 4 opening up with 600 pounds, and it is 3 white lights. It's a good lift.
Miles on platform 3 absolutely smokes 240. 3 white lights, couldn't agree more. You know, we're talking about all this training, but one of our sponsors for this stream actually provides free training, and that's gonna be Boostcamp. Transform your lifting journey with Boostcamp, the last training app you'll ever need. Access free training programs from legends like Bryce Lewis, Eric Helms, and Alberto Nunez. Make your own multi-week custom training cycles to use next level games.
Big, big free resource there for those watching that want to get into it. And we have another Georgia native here, Joseph Gorman, 100-kilo lifter, opening with 232.5 kilos here on platform 1, 250-kilo opener for Jack on platform 3. Oh my goodness, that was
That was a little too fast.
making those weights look fake. Not saying they are, but very, very fast squat there. And on platform 2, we're wrapping up with the thirds here. Last 2 squats of the flight. Matthew Nichols, 260 kilos here. Let's see what he has.
Here's Ethan Wynn on platform 4, 277.5,
Oh my goodness.
making light work of it.
Gabe Quadra, I believe the Aggie powerlifting president, Mr. Big Chungus Gabe himself, looking to be up there in contention in the 90-kilo class to win it all. Big opener here. Oh my.
That was a crazy squat. Georgia native platform 4, Grayson Duggar here. 277.5 kilos for his opener.
Very excited to see Grayson here, handled by Ethan Stone in his signature orange Reese's shirt. And Grayson looking to secure second, separate himself from the rest of the pack here at his second CNATs, I believe. Very, very big performance ahead. Tyler as well, third squat here, 267.5 kilos. And Lucas, another Georgia Tech student, getting ready for 245 here on platform 1. Big showing ahead of us.
We'd love to see as more and more Georgia lifters come out and lift.
And on platform 2, as Tyler is ready to take his 267.5 keys.
Come on,
Can
Tyler.
he push through? There he goes. Very well done. Lucas, Georgia Tech lifter here, platform 1. Now, he's gone through some injuries through his training this past year, but he has done an excellent job of recovering and building his way back up to hopefully a massive 600-plus squat. Let's see how he does. While Joshua Hall on platform 4. Lucas stumbling a little bit there, trying to find his footing. Now, when it comes to getting the start command with the squat, looks like platform 1.
Lucas is not going to have enough time. That's unfortunate to see. But an amazing squat from Joshua on platform 4. 290 looks so easy on his back.
And Joshua,
it's gonna be
no
a
lift there.
unfortunately.
And we just learned that in platform 3, we are looking out for a battle here. Forecasted total is tied right now for number 1 and number 2. So you can see how that can change in the future with the rest of the lifts coming up.
Keep your eyes out for Seth Dasuki and Kyle White.
Big lifters. Now Chidera, platform 4. He, for those who follow future powerlifting, was on King of the Lifts. Big 700-pound squat as a team.
That is true, and I was there to witness it in person.
Ridiculous.
It was crazy.
Can he bring it to the platform at this stage with another Georgia lifter on platform 3, Mr. Landon Spurgeon here representing UGA. And
Surge. Let's go Landon.
looks like Chidera needs to retake this squat. And now, with the opening squat, especially with weight this heavy, how much of an impact do you think nerves has on a lifter, regardless of the weight class? You think nerves are a big part of it?
Are you referring to the nervous system or to nerves being in this environment?
Being in the environment, yeah.
At the end of the day, the weight for them doesn't matter, especially with these openers, because it's something they're familiar with. Like the lifter that just completed a lift on platform 4, which was a good lift in the mid 600s. Like you said, he squats in the 700s. Correct. So that's comfortable weight for him. The most nerve-wracking thing here is the environment. It's absolutely ridiculous. If y'all have ever stepped on a platform at the national stage, you'd understand.
And let's see here, Evan Ross, another big favorite for the 90-kilo class, Mr. Mini Hulk. 265 opener. I know his top end is into the 300s.
Let's see if he can get there. And if 265 looks like just like the bar, I'm sure the top end is there today.
Oh, yeah.
And Patrick Borman jumping 15 kilos after missing his opener attempt for
Gets
3
it.
white lights.
There we go. Great job there.
That takes guts. And here's Seth Dasuki, our projected first place, as he weighed in lighter than Kyle White, who shares the same subtotal of 742.5 forecasted.
Now an update on platform 1. Lucas Odom will be put at the end of the flight here to retake his first attempt. Maybe a mishap there with the way the weights were loaded. But it's nice that he is awarded that retake there and does not get penalized. Still, will take energy out of him as he is up next to take 245 here.
Here's Seth for 265 on platform 3. Makes easy work of it.
And it looks like the reason why Lucas is getting that relift is because he stepped on a spotter's foot. So ample reason for the jury to give him a chance to retake it. Shout out to the jury being very, very observant of these smaller details. And
despite
Lucas,
the energy in the building absolutely going through the roof, we're looking at in the middle of the flight for the 100 kilos, 606 pounds on the bar on platform 4.
fun fact, we have learned that Gino, our beloved announcer here, believes that nighttime music is rap. And,
That's a bold statement from Gino.
bold statement, but maybe the rap is a little bit more befitting for, I guess, college students in general.
Yeah, but I think it's a little bit more befitting, maybe for something more hype, right?
I would say so.
Rap needs like a build-up, right? And right now, squats are starting to build up, especially when Georgia native Jacob Hembry comes out to squat 277
And now Jacob Hembry, big squatter here. Even better drummer, actually, but
Is that so?
good squat. Maybe a little slow for an opener. And let's see what he has in store there. It's 200 lights.
Let's see. And Kyle White, you mentioned earlier, he was also on King of the List recently. And he's made some bold statements. Let's see if he can back it up here.
Kyle,
280 keys.
tapping up the spotters. No matter what he hits today, consider what he was a year ago. You cannot say he has not. And look at him right now, getting the hometown crowd into it. He knows he has the city of Atlanta behind him. Big favorite here.
Come on, Kyle. Show him what you're made of.
And we got Blaine on platform 4, putting up 280, jumping 15 keys after missing his first attempt.
Big squats on platform 3 and 4 here.
Amazing. And we've got Gino excited with his nighttime music. Everything's bumping. Everybody's having a great time.
Another University of Hawaii lifter, I believe our second today, following Casey Bell earlier on. Benjamin Shi with 237 and a half.
Shaky walkout from Kyle.
Kyle,
Taking that.
laser focus. Yeah.
Taking the full 60 seconds to hype up the crowd.
I would be scared.
I would be shivering in my timbers right now if 280 moves that easily.
I see a 310 potentially. Let's see how it goes.
Potentially. Listen, he's hit it in training before. Let's see if he can do it again.
For sure. And here we are moving into the seconds on platform 1. We have Wojtek, 230 kilos for his squat second. And now, the way we're judging the difficulty of these ramps is off bar speed, obviously. But for some lifters, sometimes their bar speed
It's just that slow.
is just that slow. What have you seen in terms of slower squatting lifters versus faster squatting lifters? And what do you think of bar speed in terms of how hard a lift is?
Great question. And especially when I was in heels, and given that I don't use any sort of fifth sleeve, everything's been slower.
Oh, yeah.
Even on higher rep range, and everything looks similar, and everything looks great until it doesn't.
It's really up to the lifter, right? It's always about the constant communication between the handler and the lifter. That's how they choose these attempts, and that's how Jet chooses 282 and a half after missing 275 for his first and smoking on platform 4.
And we have just learned on platform 2, we have Team Army and Team Navy both having competitive members here in this flight. Pretty friendly rivalry we can look forward to here, especially, the Georgia rivalry as well. I know for sure in some of these flights, multiple heavy hitters from Georgia schools. And in general, I think with just how tight-knit the 90 and 100 kg weight classes are, I know for sure some of these lifters are directly facing their opposition. And we're going to see maybe some chirping even, friendly chirping. exactly. We did have Air Force lifters earlier on in the day. Platform 4. These very big squats in for the second attempts here. Ethan Wynn.
Ethan Wynn choosing 292.5 for his next jump. Let's see how it goes.
We got
Man.
Will Black
Oh,
on
go
platform
ahead.
2. Fairly underdog lifter. Very underrated.
Very
Great
underrated.
bench prep. 245. Ethan Wynn on platform 4 with a great 292.5 lift.
Now, the nighttime music is definitely bumping. You can hear that low bass tones. Maybe not as striking to the ear as the the drums and the horns from earlier on, but definitely changed the mood here. Come on. Very well done.
Very well done by Won Cheng Lee on platform 1. Makes good work of 240.
Mr. Grayson Duggar, the
Jumping.
100 kg of Georgia Tech here.
Jumping 15 kilos.
Yeah,
into 292.5.
This is only 7.5 keys below his all-time PR, which was 300, which I saw in training about 2 weeks ago. I really do wonder what he has in store, because I think he's trying to empty the tank potentially and get a very high total and rope replacement. Let's see what he has.
And when
See how good this trooper has treated him, actually. 292.5.
Good second there for Miles on platform 3. Well done, Doug. Well done. And now platform 4, the insanity does not stop. Chidera taking that 300 kilo mark for a comp PR, and we have Josh Hall also. Now Josh Hall, very, very competitive in the 90 kilo weight class last year. I believe placed second to maybe Hayden Willis. I would have to check that. But he moved up a weight class, and man, oh man, has that benefited him in all 3 lifts.
It has. And after missing 290, he decided to take 207.5 for his second attempt.
that'll be an impressive battle to watch, because they have their very own individual talents,
For sure.
with Joshua being incredibly good at deadlift and the lifter currently on platform 4 being significantly better on bench.
That is a good second to me, it looks like. Chidera is known to be able to grind out a squat, but it is 3 red lights there. No lift, unfortunately.
The judging on platform 4 has been very strict. And you've got Joshua Hall jumping 17.5 kilos after missing his first attempt, just trying to stay alive, going into squat and bench in the subtotal. That way he can win it all in deadlift.
For sure. Yeah, he has a ridiculous pull on him. Those arms are no joke when it comes to leverage. Platform 1, big jumps all around here. Lucas Odom taking 260 here, just shy of his all-time PR he's hit in training. Lucas, again, we're rooting for you, having to take that opener once more. Big squats all around, 262.5 for platform 3 by Jack, and 307 for Josh Hall.
Come on, Josh.
Wow, that looked undeniable from our angle. Let's see what the judges say. They got a better look.
He liked it.
Oh yeah.
And he's thanking the crowd and the judges after that one.
Now, what adjustments do you make as a handler to tell your athlete in order to hit that extra inch or half inch of depth when you get those red lights for depth? How do you change that up on the fly?
That's a great question. And at the end of the day, people typically know their bodies well enough on how to get there. And it's just going to vary. It's super subjective from person to person. But what's most entertaining and interesting to me in this flight is Joshua Hall's going to beat out, and his competitor that he's competing with only jumped 2.5 kilos after missing his second attempt.
Yeah. And that battle is going to be big. I mean,
Am I seeing that correctly? Josh is going for a 700-pound
correct.
third attempt.
Josh has hit, I believe, just under 700 pounds in training. Well within his means, most likely.
Adding
And we have just learned that Kyle White putting in that 300.5.
We've got
Man.
2 lifters opting in for chips and shipping records, with Kyle White chipping by half a kilo for 300 and a half kilos, and Josh Hall chipping half a kilo for 320 and a half kilos.
And we have Seth capping out our second squats here in Platform 1. Now Seth, rest assured, while he might not be on the big platforms, creeping into that top 10 already on forecast, got that chip on his shoulder, wants to prove that he belongs up there. And just keep in mind, the way the lifters are assigned to these platforms is based on incoming QT. Now that doesn't mean lifters haven't made significant progress. We have some lifters put on a separate platform who might have made amazing gains in these past few months, and you never really know. And will Seth be able to prove that here? Can he hang with the big dogs? Let's see it, Seth.
Speaking of the big dogs, we have Landon Spurgeon from UGA going for 277.5 keys on platform 3.
And we're pushing into third attempts on platform 4, and the energy is absolutely contagious.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Unfortunate for Landon, he lost balance at the top of his squat and had to take a step back. We'll see what he chooses for his third, because that second attempt was pretty easy for him.
Isaiah Coleman here in the, I believe the red and black GBT singlet, the only second GBT singlet I've seen this entire meet, actually. 240 light work there. I think he has another 20 keys in him, maybe, based on that confidence.
That was very snappy at the time.
Evan, Mr. Mini Hulk, 282.5 keys, platform 3.
285 from Armit on platform 4, Lincoln.
And we're moving into our thirds here. The energy is shifting here on platform 1 as Wojtek can kick it off with 235 for his third attempt.
On platform 4, the energy is booming. We've got Milo jumping 5 keys to hit 290.
People are definitely gonna make some questionable jumps here, as they really want to edge into the top 5 or maybe even the top 10 placings and get points for their team.
Wojtek here with an amazing grind, pushing through. Oh my goodness.
On platform 3, Andrew Kane jumping 25 kilos for a second attempt and absolutely blowing it up.
Wonderful call there by the handler for Wojtek.
A great squat from Milo, but just called for depth, unfortunately.
Ben, representing Hawaii on platform 2, 250 kilograms. Big squat, let's see him. Oh, very well done for a second. Barely any of the sticking point there. And Seth Dasuki, once more, that reigning favorite, big 20 kilo jump. Taking 285 as a second attempt is ridiculous. Up Cole, and he's not able to get it.
Seeing massive jumps on platform 3.
Now, with bigger jumps, you gotta have that bigger confidence. I think obviously a lot of these lifters, so much training data from competing over and over and over again. These big jumps might look risky to us, but I'm sure very calculated here. Seth executing on 285.
Seth absolutely needed that. He's going to need every kilo here if he wants to hit that forecasted total and stay in first.
Bam here, custom Oregon singlet. Very well done for 252. And Trenton also getting 240 on his third attempt. These squats are ridiculous. I mean, talk about setting a lifetime goal when you start powerlifting to squat 230 and you hit it, and then you see people at 90 squatting 600, mid-6s, 700s now.
Right.
It's
Jet
insane.
on platform 4, absolutely blowing up 297.5 kilos.
Wow.
That's 655 pounds.
A grinder from Jacob Hembry, Georgia local. He gets it up though.
Jumping 10 kilos, fairly conservative. 3 white lights, great call.
And yes, Platform 3 is going to be big. Have your eyes on Kyle White coming for that collegiate squat record. Now, Kyle, talk about confidence.
On a second attempt, jumping 20.5 kilos.
Kyle is, you talk about people that have aura and energy, and you know they want to give their all to the sport. Kyle is one of those people to look up to. He is, you'll see it right here. And again, just barely 20 years old. Previous best is 295 in comp. And Grayson Duggar, can he fight through?
Come on, Grayson.
Ethan is ecstatic. Let's
can
go.
See you. Here comes Kyle.
Amazing work, Grayson. Good job.
Every single squatter program, Kyle absolutely leads this squad.
Eyes on platform 3. The energy in the building is booming right now. Kyle, we need to see everything right here, Kyle. Come on, in the J's. Let's see it.
Two
eats
over 660-pound squats.
Sleeves.
Yeah.
Powerlifting. He's wanted this so bad for so long, and he's here to show everyone who he is. Come on, Kyle.
Let's go. Oh, my God.
An easy squat for him.
Kyle
has plenty in the tank.
And he know, yeah. This is his city.
He's gonna get it.
This is his city. Come on.
This is his city, and he's
knows.
gonna make it his state as well.
And Blade fighting for 300 on platform 4. Oh my goodness. It's as if lifters are going blow for blow right now. No number here that you see is safe in terms of being away from the crowd. There's someone here that can hit it on the platform.
Even after missing his opening attempt.
Ridiculous. Talk about bouncing back.
On platform 4, jumping from 300 to 302.5 after missing it in the second attempt.
Chidera, very talented squatter. He just needs to execute this, hit this to depth, and he will.
Someone called Gino over because this is the number of the beast.
6, 6, 6. Let's see it, Chidera. Thirds all around, all 4 platforms. This is what we're talking about. Good squat for Mitchell.
A grinder from Chidera, but he
Great
gets it up.
squat for Chidera and Liam. And can Ricardo come through?
Come on, Ricardo.
Amazing. All 4 platforms simultaneously hitting their 3rd attempts.
And all good lifts. This is the energy
go.
that we're talking about.
If you don't like this, you don't like USA Powerlifting.
You don't like powerlifting.
You don't like your powerlifting at all. Yeah, that's insane. Seeing those thirds move like that. Perfect calls by the handlers too.
Of course, exceptional, perfect calls. Here's Ethan Wynn coming up to 305 kilos, getting ready to squat back on his back.
Cole walking now 260 here on platform 1. Now, don't count platform 1 out, even though it's not the bigger platform. Wow, Ethan. Still big squats all around.
No lift from Ethan, though, unfortunately. Joshua Hall coming in, platform 4.
Oh my goodness. Is that a 15-kilo jump? Is that correct? It's not.
It's a 13.
That's
13. Jump. I can't mental that.
It's been a long day for us.
It has.
But 13, 700. He's going for 706. Let me correct myself. 706.
Wow. Joey on platform 1 for KSU. 260 would be a big meet PR. Can he execute?
Joey, come on.
Very well done, Joey.
Joey, we are so back. Let's go.
And Josue on platform 2. 237.5 keys here.
Massive energy on platform 4 as Josh Hall steps into attempt.
Josh
over
Hall.
700 pounds.
Josh Hall, someone who has been known for giving it his all for his team, doing it all for his team, contributing a lot to that energy at the University of Houston. I'm sure he's getting all that energy back right now. And Josh Hall, despite being a long femored lifter, putting up this much weight in the squat. I mean, leverages don't matter anymore. This is grit. Oh my goodness.
Josh. New
American record on
Oh,
platform 4.
there goes that man.
He said, "That's mine."
That's mine. Well deserved. Amazing work there. Lucas Odom, 272.5 keys. He is taking the 601-pound squat here. He has been dreaming of this for a very long time. Injuries took him back. Retaking the opener took him back. Can he hit this? Come on, Lucas. Yo! Oh my goodness! That's a.
God.
How much in the tank? Oh yes.
With
Man.
the third American record being set on platform 3 in the same flight, with Kyle White falling behind, sure to make it 4 with 311 kilos.
311 kilos. That is crazy. But Kyle White, he's battle tested.
Oh yeah.
If you push him to the edge, he'll go right with you. Pound for pound, kilo
Dang.
for kilo.
Oh.
He's there.
Andrew, that 308 was disgustingly fast. Like, you talk about a perfect weight selection. But you see Kyle here now.
The
Oh
crowd
my,
is cheering
the crowd,
for Kyle.
The crowd is cheering Kyle's name. Oh my goodness. This is a moment. Will Kyle take advantage of this? Step up.
Come on, Kyle. You've done this before. You need it.
We see it. Kyle feeding off the energy. Wish I could be able to see it in person. Come on, Kyle. And he is dialed in.
He's so ready for this. Kyle, you need this.
Big brace here, Kyle. This is yours. Come on. Oh! Oh my God,
He's
Kyle!
got
Let's
it!
go!
And he's got it!
Kyle. Oh my God. Does he get
Kyle!
it?
Yes!
Mr. Kyle White.
Kyle.
I'm at a loss.
This is your state.
This
You
is-
came to show everyone what you came to do.
Yes, sir. He is Mr. Georgia there. That is.
He is Mr. Georgia, and he's gunning for first place. We start a bench on platform 4. Shift your attention over there, but
Oh
we're still waiting
my
on platform
goodness.
3. We're going to a short 10-minute intermission. Don't go anywhere just yet. On platform 4 and platform 1, bench is underway. Jack Townsend representing Liberty, going for a 142.5 key opener. Smooth bench from Jack.
Wow, I'm going to need a second to recover there from. And that is just a taste of what is to come.
That too, but what's even crazy is that third attempt moved so much faster than the second one.
That's what we mean by being ready for a moment. Kyle is just. He's shown this again last prep, I believe, too. You know, failing maybe certain lifts or having a difficult time in prep. But when that moment comes, he is just. I think all of us as athletes could learn from that. That is ridiculous concentration there. And Kyle,
That's the standard.
That's the standard, man.
Great bench from Tyler. Platform 4, 3 white lights.
And we have a short intermission here for the amazing platform 3 and platform 2. We will be back with the bench press event in the next couple of minutes. A lot of our athletes here will be trying to secure qualifying totals for Nationals information for. And as you can see on platform 3 screen, we have our regional championships coming up in the month of June. This is the next highest level of competition. So very important for these athletes to, especially if you are looking to compete in it, to qualify for a competition. Look out for regionals. Fun fact about regionals, the winner of the weight class will get a 50-kilo weight handicap towards the qualifying total for nationals. 50 kilos is no joke. That's a lot of weight.
No joke, it will help you secure that raw mass total.
And with the competitiveness of the sport ever growing, and the qualifying total, as you both know so well, jumping so high so quickly.
Oh yeah, ridiculous.
That 50-kilo handicap is massive.
Definitely, but don't expect the competition not to be there. I mean, everybody will be there who's looking to try to get a spot, who hasn't already. And man, what a great battle already on platform 3. This is what we're talking about, you know, coming down to the third attempts, beating those records, feeding off each other. That's what we like in the sport. Platform 1. Getting ready here for the bench press with 132.5 kilos as an opener for Liam scheduled here.
Here's Max from the University of Wisconsin looking to bench 150 for his opener on platform 4. Liam Rott making a great bench on platform 1. Up next is John Morrill from the University of Colorado, Denver, looking to bench 137 and a half.
Spencer Knight opening 150 kilos on platform 4.
And now the bench press, you know, a little bit more of a technical lift. I think probably the most technical, maybe that all of us can agree when it comes to the level of execution needed on the platform. And as a result, I think a lot of times you'll see the bench press be the one lift where numbers might not be as close to training based on performance on platform. What do you think that might be? What's the reason behind that when it comes to doing it on this stage?
It all depends on your level of diligence during prep. If you train with proper commands, as bench being the most demand heavy out of all 3 of the lifts, and the commands being more strict. You've got Dallas Romanowski opening up with 155 kilos on platform 4, 342 pounds.
The commands are definitely strict here. The judges are going to look for a motionless bar as it is paused on your chest. Now, any movement that they see, even downward movement as they give you the press command, that's going to be a no lift. And unfortunately, a no lift is going to hold you back, especially if you're going to go for the win today.
Dallas with 36 seconds on the clock running out of the bench under legacy training systems. The way that they ensure they can meet bench performance on the platform is using 2 and 3 count in the programming to help progress the bench and be ready for comp. 155 kilo opener for Dallas.
These are some massive openers. You talk about, you know, the bench press. I feel like most people would have the most knowledge about that. It's one of the most popular compound lifts in general. You talk about, you know, benching 225, 315, and these numbers might seem far out of reach, but 300 plus mid 300 benches, even some 400 pound benches will be seen today here at the 90 and 100 kilo class. It's no joke. I mean, this is weight that would be considered impressive to squat in a commercial gym. And people are pressing it with their upper body. So
even an 82.5 kilo lifter attempted to press over 400 pounds yesterday, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Ridiculous there. Alexander here, smooth bench opener. And, you know, so far we've seen more of the feather touch or soft touch pattern, you know, earlier before this session. But, you know, starting this session onwards, we might see more of a sinking pattern in the bench press. Ultimately comes down to preference, but what might the advantages or disadvantages to both of those be?
At the end of the day, it comes down to the build. It comes down to the build, and with 90 and 100 kilo weight classes, it can go either way just depending on height. And the major benefit of sinking is how big of a boost it can get you off your chest.
Yeah, that spring effect for sure. But with the feather touch, you can hold on to that tension, and it also helps you decrease your range of motion. But once again, the judges are going to have to lean in a little bit and, you know, make sure that the bar is making contact with your chest.
For sure.
Right.
And again, that touch point, that pause, I think judges have been very, very fair with upholding that command this past weekend. You know, obviously some longer pause commands, but I'm most definitely sure it's because the center judge is still seeing motion. So, as Kenley mentioned, training to a very high standard, very important.
The largest benefit of soft touch bench is being able to slow down and keep tension on the bar so that you can get a quicker press command.
For sure.
Opposed to sinking where you have this bobbling motion which keeps you from getting a press command. With Jacob, soft touching bench, 170 kilos on platform 4 for an easy opener.
170 for an opener is insane. That is a deadlift opener for a lot of our lighter weight classes.
And looking at the 100 kilo class on platform 4 in the first flight here, we've got a lot of people coming in 3, 4, 5 kilos underweight, 94, 95 kilos, even as low as 91.6 kilos.
Wow. So potentially we have some lifters in the 100 kilo class who decided not to cut, when they could have cut for this meet, or are building their way up from 90 into 100 long term. And
another 170 kilo opener for Lewis.
Wow.
Amazing speed from that
Really
bench.
fantastic. And with the beauty of powerlifting is it's not dominated by any sort of body type, and the biggest advantage it has on other sports is no matter how tall you are or how short you are, you can fill into a class, and if you're too tall for a class, you have the option to grow into the next class, and that's what we're seeing a lot in the 100 kilo class, because that 90 to 100 kilo jump is massive, being 22 pounds.
I can agree. I mean, obviously 90 and 82 stand out as the largest cluster of people in terms of competition, but still moving up those extra 10 keys. I mean, best example, Joshua Hall, right? 10 I mean, he hasn't even filled out 100 completely yet, and bro's squat, deadlift, and bench all went up. Ridiculous. And I think the benefit of just being able to eat up into your weight class and have a weight class to go into, as Kenley mentioned, is definitely advantageous.
Looks like we are underweight with bench on platform 2, and in a couple seconds, platform 3 will start bench as well.
Brandon Rodriguez, who closed out squat for this flight last, is having the heaviest opener with 180 kilos on the bar as an opener for 100 kilo, weighing in 1.5 kilos underweight. Plenty of room.
Plenty of room, and just shy of that 400 mark, but making excellent work of 180.
And the beauty of being able to grow into a weight class and grow up, as for me, I started in the 75 kilo weight class.
Nice.
Squatting about 540. And from there, my attempt at CNATs last year, I qualified for 82.5 under the 75 kilo weight class. And jumping from 75 to 82.5 kilos, I managed to take my squat from 540 pounds to 584 in comp at a collegiate national level meet.
That's ridiculous.
That's amazing.
Squatting 540 at 75 is already pretty ridiculous, but definitely well said there. I mean, that added body weight is only really going to help you if you add it on in a way that's efficient and taking care of your nutrition, obviously. And nutrition, I think, obviously another topic to consider, especially in these heavier weight classes where a lot of our athletes need to eat well into the 3,000, some even into the 4,000 calorie range. It's very easy to fall into a trap of eating dirtier calories, but how do you think, especially as college students, our athletes are managing to get into quality food and hitting their calorie goals?
Hitting the calorie goal in college was, for me, not as challenging as you would think, given at the University of South Carolina we have plenty of fine dining halls with clean eat options, grilled chicken, bacon, everything made to order for your meal plan. So you can go in and eat as much as possible, as opposed to when you get out and you're no longer on a meal plan and you have to budget for these clean foods. That's when it begins to get difficult. But you've got these cheap, high-calorie, dense options like peanut butter and milk that can help you gain weight, especially for these taller people. You look at 100 kilo weight class, if you're trying to grow into it and you're 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", it's difficult to gain the weight at the end of the day.
And I can also attest to that. When I was a freshman, living in the dorms, it was tough for me to hold back when I'm walking past all these delicious, fried foods, but my eyes were set on those chicken breasts, and trying to make sure I'm eating white rice. And In some cases, I've had friends and I've seen people bring in scales into the dining hall. Listen, guys, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. If you're really serious about change in a good way, you'll do anything to get it.
That was me freshman year going into the 75 kilo class and then going up to the 82.5 kilo class. And I think the biggest word of advice I can give for anybody going through that phase is you can't focus on what you're giving up. You have to focus on what you have to gain. Because if you focus on what you're giving up, you know, those brownies, those cupcakes, the fried food, and that's all you think about it, you will start to crave it and you will fall into those temptations every time.
It's dangerous.
Very well said there. I believe a lot of our athletes here can sort of agree with that philosophy. A lot of them have been doing the basic fundamental things over and over again to get to where they are. It's not easy at all. You don't wake up one day and squat 670 pounds. You know, there's a lot of work that goes into that. And we know how hard it is when you're in college, especially just with the way your schedule works, sleep. It's not that easy. But here, John, platform 1, trying to retake his opener, 137.5 keys.
Tyler Matson on platform 4 with a huge jump of 15 keys and absolutely smokes 160 for his second attempt. A grinder for John, but it's just not there on platform 1. Hopefully he can find what's wrong in order to stay in the meet.
The biggest shock for me going into Collegiate Nationals is these massive jumbotrons, because when you look at it and you're laying on the bench, when you're accustomed to benching in the gym, you're staring up into the ceiling, into the wall. When you're benching on these Collegiate National platforms with the giant jumbotrons, which are beautiful, all you see is yourself benching.
Yeah.
And if you're not accustomed to that, and if you don't know it's coming, it can throw you off massively.
Very good observation there. Again, a lot of things that can go into impacting the environment of our lifters here, but concentration to the max when it comes to these lifts. Good lift so far for these openers. Liam here taking a 5 kilo jump, 137.5.
Georgia native, platform 2, Tyler Lesser from UGA's, deciding to take 147.5 for his opener. The clock is ticking, and here he is coming out to make his attempt.
Platform 3, Jarrett Nowak, I believe is the brother of Kyle Nowak, one of the most competitive junior 66 lifters in the world. Mean deadlift on him, and I guess it runs in the family because Jarrett is also a very strong individual. Pressing 155 with ease.
Representing the Ohio State University.
Yes, sir. Big representation from them in this weight class as well. Really like seeing the diversity in schools in this weight class for sure.
Which, one of the most fascinating things here in a new rule, Collegiate Nationals, is a team could only send 2 athletes from the same weight class.
Correct.
Which, to speak to Army this morning in the morning session with the 82.5, there were some lifters that weren't able to make the cut.
Yeah, no, I think definitely switches things up. I mean, schools now have to decide between sending some of their better lifters. I know in our school, for example, there is sort of that interplay between, you know, now that they know only 2 spots are available for a certain class, lifters might have to move up or down a spot, or move up or down a weight class rather to make a CNAT spot. But I think it makes it all the more competitive because now schools have to send their 2 best lifters per weight class, and it only brings the competition up. And as you've seen today, clearly paid off. We had an amazing battle for those tuning in just now on platform 3, especially when it came down to the squats.
I can actually attest to that. I've heard through the grapevine, Bryce Hale decided to bulk up to the 110s from the 100s so he could make some room for his fellow teammates. That is an admirable
What a
move.
class act there by, I believe, one of the UGA presidents.
He is the UGA president.
Very well done there. But love to see the collegiate scene really coming into its own, man. I just even though I'm relatively new to the sport, I think it's amazing that powerlifting is blowing up like this. Getting into the mainstream, you know, you're seeing media outlets like ESPN starting to post powerlifters hitting crazy numbers, and obviously this only pushes people to be more competitive and on their training. And as a result, when everybody's dialed in, you know, big numbers are bound to be shown. And especially with the bench press, like, I feel like seeing people in the 90 kilo class pressing into the 400s now is that wasn't an idea or a concept people were comfortable with, you know, a couple of years ago in the collegiate division. So,
And to add that, with the bench press growing and with us growing into the mainstream media, we've got the first powerlifting event being broadcasted on CBS coming up in 4 weeks.
oh yeah, massive.
Broadcasted on CBS, a massive network with
Very,
Super Bowl and whatnot. Massive for the sport.
Very big. I think powerlifting in these next 2-3 years, the trajectory is going to be insane. I mean, just the way it's been growing through social media in terms of who's getting into it, at what age they're getting into it. And obviously, the more and more people know about powerlifting, you're just going to see such a higher level of competition here. These records that we saw, I mean, who knows how long they're going to stand up? I mean,
Exactly. Just like the 2013 record that
right.
was held by last session, or what that was easily shattered last session, I believe. And it was crazy. It was a sight to see Xavier Herod go for 940 kilos. 940 kilos. That is crazy. It was absolutely insane. What an outstanding showing.
We've already seen it today on platform 3, the second flight for squat. We had 4 American records broken, with 3 being broken back to back to back.
That was absolutely amazing. And honestly, we can expect some fierce competition from platform 3 moving into the bench.
Jacob, the 180 kilos, second attempt, moving easy.
Now the bench press, I mean, previous sessions we did say we started to see a lot smaller jumps relative to squat and the deadlift, but still some 10 kilo jumps here on the bench press. That's pretty big. I mean,
On platform 4, 15 kilo jump. Platform 3, Levy with a 167.5 kilo opener for a 90 kilo lifter.
big
3
big
white lights.
jumps here. I mean, really makes you think. And seconds are underway here on platform 3. I don't know, taking big jumps on the bench press is a little different, I believe, than the squat or the deadlift. Your body just really has to be primed for that jump. And we'll see how our lifters respond here. No lift
From
on platform 4.
Irakli. It did move exceptionally well, though. Here's Dawson Stebbins on platform 2, going for 142.5 for his second attempt. And then Brandon Rodriguez on platform 4, going for 190 for his second attempt. Oh, it's tough sticking point at the top for Brandon on platform 4, but he gets it through. We're gonna see something maybe on the conservative side for his third attempt. We'll see.
Talking about the benefit of sinking, he blew through the bottom of that rep and slightly got caught at the top of the rep.
Kind of similar to how the mechanics of a bench shirt would work. You know, you're sacrificing a lot of that top tension and lockout strength for explosivity off the chest. Now, I feel like that works out depending on the lifter you are. If you prefer a sticking point later on in the lift and know you can get through it, then I guess that works. But for a lot of these softer touch benches here, you'll see a lot more of that mid-range or near the beginning sticking point, especially if they have a super wide grip and they have to hold on to tension. Grip width is another thing. Just because you got long arms and you want to minimize your range of motion does not mean that is the strongest position for you. I know I've tried a wider grip, especially with my shoulder injuries. A closer grip has been more advantageous. I know as people go up in weight classes, as Ethan was mentioning, closer grip has worked for him. What are your thoughts on that in terms of grip width in the bench press?
at the end of the day, it's subjective, and you're going to fall into what is strongest for you in your training previously. So for me, I have a fairly narrower bench, and that's just what works for me.
Here's PJ on platform 3 representing Notre Dame, going 152.5 for his second attempt. Absolutely smokes it.
Platform 1, 167.5 kilos. Was a good lift for Alexander Bias.
Here's Chan of UMass going for 157.5 for his final bench attempt today. A very, very conservative 2.5 key jump.
And now we can bring up some of the previous records in each of the lifts for context in terms of where these lifts sort of stand. And now for the 90 kilo class, an astounding bench press here, 205.5 kilos is the current collegiate record. And this was set 3 years ago.
If we look on platform 1, we got John Morale trying to stay alive after missing his first and second attempt at 137.5 kilos.
Big lift here. Can he stay in the game, John?
Now, this is going to be tough for him after missing his first and second. This is supposed to be an easy attempt for him.
Can he dial in? Come on.
Strong press. Come on. But start going down.
Now, as an athlete, how do you sort of tackle bombing out at a powerlifting competition, especially at this stage?
Well, first off, all you can think about is how you just let yourself down and you let all those months of training feel like it went to waste. But it didn't.
It did not.
It did not go to waste. Instead, you should stick around for the deadlift attempt and keep on showing up.
Well, the biggest thing here, especially for people that aren't as competitive, is experiencing a national stage, because if you're not familiar with it, it will rattle you the first time you get out here. As we've seen today, what should have been easy lifts not be completed because partially stricter judging, the atmosphere, everything like that.
Absolutely. I love the way you said that, you know. For a first timer, it's just like the advice I give for those who going through their first ever meet as well. Just have fun. Take in the environment, take in everything that you can, and learn from it.
For sure. I think generally good advice from both of you. Just taking experiences as they come. And Liam here taking 142, I believe. Liam did successfully hit his third. Now, Paulo here, 147.5 keys for his third attempt bench. Very big benches here, all in the mid 100s and the high 100s here on platform 1 so far.
Here's Max on platform 4 going for 167.5, opting for the self liftoff. Let's see how it goes. Start to grinder off the chest.
Very nice press.
Definitely had more in the tank, but great weight selection.
Great attempt there for a third by Paulo as well.
Platform 2, you have Georgia native Tyler Lester from UGA going to take that 7.5 key jump for 155. See how it goes. Easy for him. Nice job, Tyler. Let's see what his next jump is going to be.
Armando here taking 170 for a second attempt here at platform 3 from UTSA, one of our more competitive schools here, looking to go up in the team rankings as well. Currently second overall men's raw. Can they collect some points here? Very strong bench, and it looks like he may have lost shoulder positioning there.
And even he's confused about what happened there.
Alexander with the fight of his life for a third attempt squat there. 155 keys is a good lift, and he is excited.
That was a great bench by Alex. Unfortunately, a miss for Andres. A little bit too much. Hopefully, he can find What's wrong with the second?
Platform 4, we
With-
have another Alexander. I'm sorry, Kenley.
Right, with Andreas, you saw the sink got off the chest really easy and lost
Right.
it right at the triceps. Very common for people that sink.
Very common for sure.
With platform 3, Jacob Brush coming up with 170 kilos.
These are some very big second attempts here. I mean, talk about normalizing 170 as a good bench press now for a 90-kilo lifter.
The standard is just that high, but the standards from the ref.
Oh my goodness,
A grind
Matthew!
from Matthew.
Can he lock
And
out
he
the
gets
other
left.
arm?
Come on, come on.
Oh my
He
goodness!
gets it.
Looks like Matthew sails, doesn't sell today.
He does not sell.
Oh,
Oh,
but it's a miss. He
Spoke
can
too soon.
contest for it. Let's see what happened.
2 blues and a yellow there. What a grind, though.
That was an amazing grind. That is a gym PR for sure.
And we're on to Thomas here on platform 1, 157.5 keys.
Dallas Romanowski, 172.5 kilos on platform 4.
And the same weight is loaded on platform 3 for Kim. Looks like they brought the horns from Midland. That's
Back
great
out.
to hear.
Yep, Dallas, smooth third there.
Dallas coming back from missing his open arm squat, hitting his second attempt, jumping 25 kilos to his third attempt.
Less than 5 seconds for Kim to get his start command. He was asked for a re-rack. There's the start at 1 second. He needs the press.
Come on, Kim.
Come on, Kim.
Wow.
Gets it.
Kim adopting that very wide bulldog grip that you're seeing some of our athletes using.
With the high arch as well, but unfortunately it was a miss.
Adrian here, platform 2, taking 140, a bit of a closer grip now for his third attempt. Kicking off the beginning of our flight. As a reminder, Matthew actually scratched his third attempt after that last bench on platform 2.
Tyler missing his third attempt, but he does get to walk away with 160.
Isaac gets a good lift there on platform 1.
Speedy
Hitting.
second attempt from Jacob Odom, platform 3. And that Odom last name sounds familiar.
Close to Lucas. Lucas Odom. I'm just seeing him. Maybe the strength genes are just there somewhere in the family tree. Wesley here taking 165 for his third attempt. We are pushing in to the last few third benches of this flight on platform 1. Unable to hit that bench, unfortunately.
There's the air horns.
Kyle.
Crowd is electric.
Kyle unable to hit his bench on platform 2. Man, a lot of these benches are coming down to the very end in terms of energy. I mean, lots of these lifters are giving it their all on the last attempt. Don't really see that often. It's very hard to see bench execute that much of the time.
Looks like EV on platform 3 was asked for a re-rack. Let's see if it will affect his second attempt.
Gets the down command.
Press.
Oh my goodness.
Can he get it?
Wow. What a press.
That was a crazy fight.
3 lights.
Let's see if there's anything else.
Thumbs up to the crowd.
Thumbs up to the crowd. He likes it. A fight from Gannon on platform 1. See, he got it. And he does.
We've got on platform 4, closing out the flight, 187.5 kilos for a good lift.
Big
Conservative jump,
presses
2.5
here.
kilos.
Now we see with these super wide grip and internally rotated bench presses, it looks very, very slow off the chest, but that lockout strength can sometimes be a little easier. So right here, but with that wider grip, you know, any sort of loss of center of mass, and it's going to be very hard to recover on the bench press. Very
Brandon
technical lifts.
closing out the first slide on platform 4 with 197.5 kilos.
197.5, nearly 2x body weight at 100 kilos, I believe. What was his body weight coming in?
90, a kilo and a half under.
Wow. So this is virtually double body weight here. That is, I think we can all agree, is an elite ratio to have with the bench press. But
Unfortunately, he doesn't get it. Just ran out of gas at the end there.
Brandon, big squatter, big presser too, it seems. Love to see it.
When you've got those heavier set guys with the stocky frames, you get massive.
Oh yeah, because with the bench press and the squat, you know, the load is directly being supported by your body. It's not like the deadlift where you're leveraging against it. And as you said, the stockier ones, they are just like Ashton Ruska. You know, he comes to mind as the ideal stocky power lifter.
He is built like a tank, and nothing is gonna get past him.
Yeah. Hall here, opening up on platform 4, 135 smooth in the A7 orange and black singlet. And now A7, one of the only official suppliers to the USAPL in terms of branded apparel. They actually launched their new deflection collection on Friday, which was yesterday, and you can get it now at a7.co. A7, you see their brand all over powerlifting now. A lot of the lifters here wearing A7 equipment, their wrist wrap, singlets, the new rigor mortis sleeves, and the quality of their equipment, very, very high. I can personally attest to how good it is. Lucas here, opening with 122.5 keys. Lucas Odom, personally, from what I've seen from discussing with him, has made a ton of progress on his bench. Very long range of motion, but he is a lifter who brought that grip in to get more force production. You can see he got some cannons on him.
And Lucas, he's told me time and time again, I'm a part of the Poverty Bench Club. No, sir. No, you are not. You've touched 300 before. You are not part of the Poverty Bench Club. Get that out of your mindset.
And now PJ Krasinski getting ready to take 160 here. I believe he's matched this number in training before. And compared to his last meet, he is weighing in heavier. So knowing the effect body weight has, can he hit this? Let's go, PJ. Let's see a bench press here. Oh, what? Wow. That.
Wow.
Good. Very fast, PJ. I did not expect that.
I blinked and I missed it. Sorry, can we get a rewind?
Very well done there. Love to see it. And here, we're wrapping up on platform 2 with these third attempts. Red light there for Kyle's lift.
Trenton on platform 1 got 3 white lights, I believe. Up next is Ethan Sawinski looking to take 135 for his opening.
It's crazy to think some of these subtotals are crossing into that mid 400 kilo range. I mean, as a subtotal is ridiculous. You talk about what that means in terms of pounds for those that don't understand. I mean,
it's a fight from Jarrett on platform 3. Fortunately, he couldn't squeeze out those 2.5 keys, but he didn't lose much there as he gets to walk away with 160.
As I was saying, you know, crossing into that high 800, 900 plus pound subtotal, maybe even 1,000 if you see someone elite here go for a high squat and high bench. That's crazy. I mean, to think about the average gym goer's total just encompassed in 2 lifts.
Entirely 2 lifts. They've met the 1,000-pound club. Here's Jacob giving specific liftoff instructions to the spotter. 157.5. Does he have it? 5 kilo jump from the second attempt.
He is our third last bench press here. I'm sorry.
Today, I'm super thankful for the spotters and loaders. We've seen squats fly off. They've been super quick. Everything's moving super effective. We're getting in and out today. They've been crushing it all day. Shout at them and A7 for sponsoring them, which is bigger than just a apparel company. Great customer support great customer service, great in giving back to the community, helping support these spotters and loaders, helping sponsor these massive meets, helping the community as a whole.
Definitely, for sure. A7 as well, a Georgia local company based in Woodstock here. It's great to see them coming out to support this competition here in Atlanta, Georgia. Now,
Georgia local Tyler Lester, 160
go.
on platform 2.
you have 172.5 loaded on the bar here for Kim.
Easy bench for Tyler, 3 white lights. Kim here missed 172.5, was asked for a re-rack earlier. Let's see if he can get it now.
Josh Hall, 162.5 kilos on bench.
Now, talk about improvement. Josh Hall, and talk about range of motion, very, very long arm lifter. However, that has not let him be stopped in terms of pushing this movement. 162.5. He's trying to stay up there in competitive range in the bench press.
Same thing with squat.
Yeah.
Very long femurs.
But talk about working to make up for that difference. And you know what? It's concerning. I mean that in a good way, because he stays there hanging with the rest of them with the bench press and obviously coming out on top of the squat. Deadlifts for him. I mean, I don't know who else is hanging up there in terms of the pull.
I mean, if we fast forward ahead here, while LiftingCast loads, he's opening well above 300 keys. He's looking at opening on deadlift with
Probably the thirds of some of the lifters in his weight class.
For sure. And I want to touch up on Kyle White real quick. 177.5 for his bench opener.
Kyle, big presser. His dip training, similar to Jacob Hembry, their dip strength is ridiculous. And while, dip strength may not be the most one-to-one, it does correlate pretty darn well. And I've seen Kyle dip what? Well over 4 plates? Yeah.
it's massive in the top half of the bench.
Yeah.
And to add in from earlier, Josh opening with 335 kilos on deadlift.
That is insane.
Wow.
335.
After
What?
taking an All-American record attempt for squat, following that up with a 335 kilo deadlift opener.
That is crazy to keep in mind. Here is Noah Callahan on platform 2, looking to take 135 for his opener. And yes, we've started on the second flight on platforms 1, 2, and 4.
Now, as we're seeing here, we mentioned earlier on platform 1, one of our lifters we're following here, Seth, opening last in this platform, in this flight. Now he, based on his phenomenal squat performance, is looking to sneak in to the top 5, potentially maybe podium spot here as a 100-kilo lifter. Now, you got to give it up to his coach or handler, who's ever there with him on game day, because monitoring all 4 platforms, that intake of data and making calls based on that's something that requires a lot of acumen when it comes to making that decision. And Kenley, you can maybe speak to how handling it, especially at a national level meet, it's different. I handled on Thursday for the first time, and that was very fast. And luckily, my athlete was very easy to work with. But when there's placing at risk,
Absolutely. Yeah. And you look at like platform 3 with Jacob, 175 kilo lift with a ton of emotion. Dealing with the emotion of a lifter, dealing with everything going on in 4 platforms, different weight classes, different skill levels, everything changing, everything going on. Keeping up with that as a handler and a coach.
Stressful, to say the least.
Is absolutely something to bear. And I know a handful of these coaches that have been here. This is their 3rd day handling. And not only just handling and coaching, actually giving back to the community. A lot of handlers that are here and coaches that are here are refs. So I'd like to say thank you to the refs for helping this meet.
Now, just like our athletes, these refs have been vetted to be here at the national level, and obviously they've, just like our athletes, have qualified for this in terms of, refereeing at multiple meets, so you can trust their judgment is very fair and sound, and they make the right calls. Chidera here, one of our 100 kg lifters to look out for, and man, 182.5 keys at 100, moving like that. Sign of things to come. And Seth here, as we were mentioning earlier, his bench opener well above the rest of his platform. Now, I believe he is benching almost 20 kilos more than the person who was right before him. So Seth clearly has something to say here. See how he does.
Out with a vengeance, coming from platform 1, trying to make his way.
Great lift for Seth there. And Andrew Kane here on platform 3, 160 keys. Now Andrew, as you will recall, hanging with the big dogs there with the 308 squat, I believe. And just based on how fast that moved, this might be speculation, but I think the strength level was kind of close to Kyle. At the end of the day, Kyle did take it, but
yeah,
it was still fast and admirable to see.
Let's say they both had to use 100% of their strength
100%,
right now.
yeah.
What are some ballpark numbers can we put up with both of them?
I'm not too sure. I believe Andrew is, well, he is opening lighter than Kyle, and I haven't really followed Andrew's training. However, big squatters sometimes tend to also be very good deadlifters, especially if they sumo deadlift. So we'll see what he has in store. Lucas taking 130 here. What an easy second. Very well done, Lucas.
Well, if you won't give a number, I'll give a number. 315 kilos for the both of them. Because I really think Kyle can squeeze just a little bit more.
315 keys. Interesting
Absolutely.
take there.
I was thinking 612 and a half or 615. I mean, both of them had plenty left in the tank.
Yeah. That's still insane to think about. The way they both cleared, all three of those athletes cleared the current standing collegiate record, still had gas in the tank. And here, Evan Ross, another one of those big squatters, proving he can hang up there with the bench press. 165 is no joke as an opener. And we'll be getting a look at the men's raw rankings here. Midland first, UTSA second, A&M third, McKendree fourth, and UMass Lowell fifth. Now UMass Lowell, very interesting the way they sneak their way up there again from that massive first place win from Kyman in our previous session today. And man, he was electric. Honestly, he separated himself really well in all three lifts. He was, you could say, quite literally carrying the team. And there we saw Jacob Hembry, another massive presser. Now, if you go online and go through the GT Barbell Instagram account, you may see a video of Jacob Hembry, I kid you not, dipping 4 reds.
4 reds is no easy feat. But let's see how much of it has translated into the bench with this opener. Now, another thing I wanted to say was, back to the rankings, was as you can see, no one from Midland is here. No one from Midland is here, but there's a Texas A&M showing. They could sneak in and overtake.
Very well observed. Now Midland currently 14 points ahead, but just as you said, A&M and UTSA and a lot of these other schools, we can expect a lot of shifting around these next 2 days and this session especially. And let's see what happens here. Wojtek, 145 here for his second attempt.
Here's Jean-Pierre on platform 3, going for 170 for his opener. And Abdias on Castillo on platform 4, also going for the same weight, but for his second attempt. Very fast bench from Jean-Pierre on platform 3, but a steady grind from Abdias on platform 4. Ooh, it's going to be a no lift for Jean-Pierre.
Wojtek, well done there for a second. And we can take a look at what the record currently is when it comes to the bench press in the 100 kilo class. I believe I already mentioned 90 kilo. But that is held by none other than Taylor Castile. Just last year, actually. Huge, huge 100 kg lifter. 200 keys was his bench press. Now, 200 kilos has been benched by some of the lifters here. Shadera, one of Georgia's very own, has hit a 200 kilo press in training. Now, the question is, will that hold up in competition? I believe he can make it work. Let's see what happens.
Speaking of Georgia.
Landon Spurgeon from UGA on platform 3. I know, I've seen it in person. This guy has done cluster sets of 3 with 405 with amazing speed. He's got plenty left in him.
And he's 19, I believe, right? So he still has so much time left. It's looking forward to the next year.
Absolutely amazing to see all these younger guys come up and dominate the sport, like Joe Borenstein winning the Pro Series.
Joe Borenstein, I think, honestly, has instilled a fire in a lot of these younger athletes, because now we've realized, as a junior, it's still possible to sort of put up numbers and hang with the older lifters, especially now. And Joey Bohr really showing how just training consistency and holding yourself to a standard in execution, stringing together successful blocks, can go such a long way. Like, you talk about his bench press, in what was a very short turnaround from 2 competitions, added on how many kilos to his bench press, went from pressing around 400 to basically over 452 with a little bit of weight gain. So anything is possible.
Well, he just moved up, but we've got Doug, platform 4, pressing 175.
Very
for
well
an
done.
Easy second attempt.
Doug. Now,
Kyle White, platform 3, after an electrifying squat, he's got 177.5 kilos in the bar.
Joey Gorman, 152.5 keys, moves very well for him. Well done there for a second.
And to talk about weight gain on bench press, you look at Joe Borenstein, he's pressing roughly 200.
Yeah.
And now, 5 weeks out,
210, I think.
Most recently 210. With the weight gain, potentially up to 220.
Ridiculous. And again, that's a good point you mentioned with the weight gain in the bench press. I mean, how do you think cutting weight coming into an event like this can impact your performance on the day?
At the end of the day, it comes down to who you have as a coach, how effective they are at administering a weight cut, and how it affects you. Like, in powerlifting, we've got a lot of people that came from a lot of different backgrounds, but you look at those who came from wrestling that are experienced in weight cutting and competing on bigger stages, and they don't have nearly as an issue when it comes to losing strength from a significant weight.
Now, Gabe, the Aggie Powerlifting president, big bencher, as I've said, 180 for an opener is no joke. His form is so beautiful. I mean, I've seen him do some of his lower technique rep work, and the way he just feather touches it on his chest is as if it's like a Spoto press, but with the smallest distance possible. Very, very well done.
Absolutely flawless as he smoked his opener of 180.
And you can see there being very open with the judges. I believe he just wanted them to get closer so he can hear the command. Very understanding. Communication.
If I read his lips wrong, he said, "I have very bad hearing. Can you please come closer?"
You know what? That's a perfectly reasonable accommodation. If anything, the judge will get a better look at the press. So
that too. Here's Chidera on platform 4, getting set to bench 195.
Now, 195, if this moves well, I believe he could be looking to take a stab at that bench press record. Let's see it, Chidera.
That'll also put him right up there with Josh Hall when it comes to the subtotal.
He's going to need it, especially with Josh Hall having a monster deadlift.
Now, the battle to see here is between Chidera and Grayson, two of the strongest hundreds in Georgia. They've been going at it, and we should try to see here. Chidera
needs this.
Oh,
Unfortunately, doesn't get it.
may have been a technique issue there, possibly a mismove with that touch. Let's see what he does here. He cannot go below that number again. The bar has to be loaded progressively.
Monster.
He's torn his pec before as well, so we need to watch out for that.
Monster 12.5 kilo jump as well.
Yeah.
With platform 2, Isaiah jumping 10 kilos after missing his opening attempt and getting 3 white
Let's
lights.
see this. Okay, Seth. Seth with an easy 185 for a second. Seth is forecasted for a 750 total. Looking to push into the high 7s, maybe even 8.
Genuinely looking to find his way.
Yeah, that is insane playmaking here by his coach if he's looking across platforms for attempt selections. This is getting out of hand. And Lucas Odom, I believe this will be a meet PR, 135, taking what he knows is within his reach.
He's definitely hit this before in training. Let's see if he can bring it to comp standard.
Now, it's okay if he saves a little energy on the bench because Lucas Odom, he is a deadlifter.
When you talk about the warm-up room back here, we've got Josh Hall looking like an absolute ravage animal.
Oh, yeah. I can only imagine if we stepped out to the side right now and took a little glance at the warm-up room, you're going to be seeing a lot of self-talk, a lot of coaches looking at their athletes, getting them in the zone. And what's your perspective on that, you know, in terms of helping an athlete get in the head or yourself get into the zone, especially when you need to get amped up?
At the end of the day, it's so different for every lifter.
Correct.
For me, when it comes to going into a big lift, I don't want much at all. It's time to focus. I don't want a ton of involvement with other people. I want to be with myself and put myself in the right headspace to go do that by myself, and nobody else can do that for me but me. And the most entertaining dichotomy that I've seen all meet is the difference people have between the registration, the weigh-in, and the warm-up room.
And the warm-up room.
Completely different people.
The switch just flips, quite literally. I mean, part of being a great athlete is having that controlled aggression. You know, I think of Russell Westbrook because I used to watch basketball growing up, and he's a perfect example. Just being able to flip that switch and feed off energy, just like you're seeing all our athletes here today, going for these heavy thirds. And I think it's so impressive as the crowd chanting somebody's name, I believe, for a third for UTSA's own Jet. And William here on platform 2 taking 170 for his.
We got screams all across.
Oh my
the
goodness, Ethan, what a grind there. Penn State's own.
Ethan on platform 1, Will Black
Wow.
on platform 2, one of 2 Clemson lifters. At 170
Representing.
kilos.
Wow.
Push Will. An easy
Great
170
second.
for him.
He's ecstatic with it, carrying momentum into that
The
third attempt.
the nighttime music is back on. The nighttime music is back on.
The nighttime music, according to Gino, is back on. Here's
Josh Hall.
Platform 4.
2.5 kilos.
170, I believe, is an all-time PR match, or very close to one for Josh Hall based on his training. Can he replicate it with a very strict competition pause?
This will put Josh Hall in front of everybody in the 100 kilo weight class going into deadlift, which is where he absolutely controls the pace.
Seth here, 172.5 on platform 3. And Hayden retaking 145 on platform 1. He missed it for his second. Can he get those extra 5 kilograms?
Push, Josh.
Josh Hall.
Come on, push. Fortunately, doesn't get it, but only a 2.5 kilo loss.
Very,
Makes
very
the
safe.
judges for their time.
2.5 kilos is nothing, especially considering you pull as much as he does. That's like an extra gummy bear's worth of energy, pretty much. Maybe not exactly, but
No, probably a gummy bear, something like that.
When you've got a competitive weight class like this,
oh yeah,
every kilo counts. And we're seeing that with people taking conservative jumps like Costello here on platform 4, jumping 2.5 kilos to 172.5.
Jacob Hembry walking out for 175 here.
Push, Castillo. Push.
Come on.
Unfortunately, doesn't get it.
We're into thirds here on platform 1. Let's see how these thirds go for the bench press.
Bit of a grinder from Jacob. Can he squeeze it out? Unfortunately, doesn't get it. Does have one more try at it, though.
Now Jacob, the thing is when you see a lot of these lifters who have filled out 90 and 100, I mean, these are very big weight classes and body weights, and not are they filling these classes out, but they're also doing that at a very, very effective body composition. I mean, a lot of these lifters, they're not fitting that power lifter stereotype of being on the high school side. They're extremely lean. Even Jacob, a great example. It just goes to show, part of being a power lifter, you got to push those other movements. And you can see it here, amazing benches all around.
And it's amazing, especially with everybody being as young as they are, all being under 26, collegiate, full-time students. Incredibly impressive feats.
Jean-Pierre got his second bench attempt, which was a 7.5 kilo increase after his miss of 170. Also on platform 3, Landon Spurgeon walking out to 180. Solid bench attempt on platform 4 from Thibault. That's a good lift. Liam Edgar needs this third bench attempt on platform 2. He gets it. How does it fare? And he's back in. Joey Gorman, platform 1. An easy bench attempt for him. And another solid bench attempt from Georgia local Landon Spurgeon for his second attempt. Grayson Duggar, platform 4, Georgia Tech's finest, going for 180.
This is an all-time PR match, or right about that. A little short of that. Oh my goodness, Ethan is ecstatic. Very well done.
Grayson is firing on all
Good lift.
cylinders. Andrew fighting for 145. Does he get it? And he does. Jack Wynn, platform 3, going for 182.5 for his second bench selection. Bryson Stricker on platform 1 fights through 167.5 and gets the bench. An easy 182.5 for Jack on platform 3.
And on platform 1, we are starting to wrap up our thirds here on the bench press, heading into 172.5 keys, and then 175 afterwards, and then a monster 190 kilo bench lined up for Seth here. Seth is creeping up, letting himself be known on this platform and the others. Up, Cole, up! What a press. And Gabe going for 185. Will that be a good lift? No lift for Gabe there.
To see if he does have one more
2 more benches here on platform 1.
192.5 for Lincoln Parker on platform 4.
Platform 4, second to last bench. Lincoln Parker, 192.5 kilos.
Amazing bench.
It's a great lift. 3 white lights. Parker, 6 for 6.
Chidera Nwosu up next on platform 4, planning to retake 195. Can he get it this time?
This is the final bench on platform 4.
We're also on the final bench of platform 1 with Seth
Seth's
planning
here.
to take 190 for his final bench of the day.
190. That is 420 pounds. Ridiculous here. Kyle getting ready on platform 3. 187.5 keys. Now Kyle, what I believe his best bench is around this range. Close about for a second. I wonder what he has in the tank here. Seth!
Seth with a fight.
Okay,
Great
now
bench from him.
Seth,
Oh, but Chidera needs this bench, but his butt comes off the bench. He does
Seth
not get 195.
Seth
That will wrap up bench on platform
concludes
1
platform 1.
and 4.
Seth letting the other lifters know in his weight class that he is here. He is projected for a 5th place finish. Just because he's on a different platform does not mean he is out of the race. Very well done. Kyle.
Easy 187.5. I think he's going to set an all-time PR here. Nick with a great grind, squeezing out those extra 2.5 keys. It was 157.5. 3 white lights for him.
Fun fact about Kyle White, he is coached by Brandon Petrie, who, for those watching and following the international powerlifting scene, just recently tied the total record, I believe, for a 93 kilo lifter. And Brandon Petrie, also very, very, very confident lifter, always emphasizing the value of adversity in lifting. And you can see, I feel like he's gonna
first 5 meets I went to, I spot loaded, and I was able to gain a tremendous amount of knowledge going into my first meet to actually see success really early on and learn the sport from a whole different vantage point than a lot of other people have.
Yep, spotting and loading is definitely a tall task, but it is a great introduction into the sport. But another great introduction into the sport is Kyle White, as he brings us to the last bench of platform 3. After this, a lot of people are gonna look up to him. If you are someone that is new to the sport, Kyle White should be your influencer. He has overcome so much adversity, and here he is going for 192.5 keys.
Big press here. 5-pound PR, I believe. Oh my goodness,
it
Kyle.
makes it with ease.
Massive subtotal.
Oh, come on now.
Putting him easily 20 kilos ahead of anybody else, and now being a subtotal specialist, he just has to not lose.
He has to not lose.
And Kyle, don't count him out. While he is a subtotal specialist, one might say, he still has a very strong deadlift. He's just strong. Like, he's just strong. And his deadlift is very competitive, too. So
And with bench being wrapped up on platform 3, we are going to take a 10-minute intermission. Do stick around, as deadlifts are about to go underway on platform 1 shortly. Platform 4, deadlifts is underway with Alexander Thielen making light work of 75 keys and thanking the reps for their time. Up next is Jack Townsend for 242.5 keys for his first attempt at deadlift. Now, ladies and gents, I would like to take the time to thank one of our sponsors, Boostcamp. Elevate your training with Boostcamp, the premier powerlifting app, absolutely free. Follow proven programs like TSA 9-week approach, Candido's 6-week strength, Kristen Dunsmore intermediate program, 531, and over 100 programs to hit new PRs. Ready for a game-changer training app? Platform 4 with Jack coming out for that 242.5. And a snappy deadlift from him. Platform 1 deadlifts are underway with Alexander Bias coming out for 215 for his first attempt. And a nice controlled deadlift from Alex. Brackley Danelia, representing Liberty, coming out for 245. And a great deadlift from him on platform 4. Platform 1 up next, Jaden Guevara, representing UC San Diego, 232.5 keys on the bar. Now, what's great to see is that the standard is just so high that a 400 plus deadlift is just where the standard is. Now, for a lot of people, that's a great PR. That's a phenomenal deadlift. But for these guys, it's just their warm-up. As Tyler Matson on platform 4 smokes 545 pounds. Seems like there's something wrong with the load on platform 1, but it was fixed shortly as Wesley Kim comes out to 235 keys. Here's Jacob coming out to platform 4, representing University of Minnesota. 250 keys makes easy work of it. expecting great things from him later. And here's Wesley smoking 235, representing Navy. For Wesley, unfortunately, is going to be a no lift. It may be on lockout as your shoulders do have to appear to be fully back. Here's Lewis for 255 on platform 4 as his opener.
And here on platform 1, we have Gannon taking 240, big opener here.
A great lift from Gannon, platform 1. Caden Oliver up next, platform 4, looking for 260. And Edward Folkerts here to represent Liberty on platform 1 with 240.
And when it comes to the deadlift here in this 90 and 100 kg weight class, what sort of jumps do we expect to see over the course of these 3 attempts? I mean, I don't think 40 kilo jumps in total between first and thirds are out of the picture.
I mean, you look at Dallas Romanowski open up with 260 keys, you're going to see a massive jump.
I mean,
in a second, pulling beltless.
I'm just going to say
beltless is crazy.
After this morning, after seeing a 50 kilo jump,
a 50 kilo jump between attempts was crazy.
Just to put this in perspective, his last warm-up, because I was just in the warm-up room, was 220 kilos.
Yeah.
40 kilos to 260. I wouldn't be surprised to see just as big a jump.
Not at all. Very big pulls here.
Especially from Paolo on platform 1. He gets 2 out of 3 white lights. Platform 2 is underway with deadlifts, with Brian Flores starting us out with 220 keys.
Thomas McCartney here, 245, getting ready to walk out. And we'll be getting deadlifts back up on platform 3 in about 5 minutes. So stay tuned.
You've got Brendan, who's put together a massive subtotal going into deadlift.
Brendan resembling Ashton Ruska out there with his build. You know, if I didn't have my glasses on, probably would think that was Ashton. But very strong subtotal there. Good lift for Thomas on platform 1.
Max opening up with 270 kilos, 595 pounds. Massive opener.
A crazy opener as he stalks the bar before approaching it. Let's see how it goes. Nice and controlled from him.
Moving exactly as an opener should. Going into deadlift with amazing energy in the warm-up room, from the crowd, from the athletes. It's amazing.
Solid deadlift from Liam on platform 1, 245.
Very well done. And now opener selection on deadlifts also, just like we said before, really depends on the athlete. Looks like so far a lot of our athletes are choosing openers that are there to give them that confidence. You know, you want that closer to last warm-up type of weight that you can really build off of.
Like you said earlier, it's something that you can pull just after you wake up.
Would not advise trying to pull mid-500s after rolling out of bed.
All I'm saying is that you should give it a try. 275 for Spencer on platform 4, 606. You can see a large majority of these lifters wiping off their feet as they step onto the platform. That's just to remove any baby powder that could be on the bottom of their shoes. Here's Isaac on platform 1, going for 257.5 for his opener. Oh, a fast opener from Spencer. Andreas up next, 237.5 on platform 2. Let's see how this goes.
Heading into a lot of our larger openers here on platform 1, 270. What a massive opener here for Colin. Let's see how he does.
Let's see. Platform 4, another big opener. Ji Hao from Ohio State. He's going for 277.5. Absolutely smokes it. Colin coming in for 270.
Taking his time with the setup there. Very nice wedge.
Very good. Ooh,
A little
bit
bit.
hesitant above the knees. Ooh, it's going to be a no lift, unfortunately.
Have to have control at lockout. That is critical with the deadlift, especially with the sumo deadlift, where being that wide makes it a little bit more difficult to stay balanced.
Nice 282.5 for Chan from UMass. It's going to be a good lift for his opener.
Big jump here for John, taking 285 from the University of Colorado, Denver, to cap out this flight on platform 1.
It's nice to see him show out for deadlifts, even after popping out.
Very well done. No lift from Kyle on platform 2, unfortunately. Side
Platform 4 is speeding through bench as they are already on their second attempt. There's Matthew Nichols representing the University of South Florida on platform 2. Going for 250.
265 on the bar for Tyler Matson.
Easy opener for Matthew on platform 2. Let's see Alex go for 225, a bit of a struggle.
We got 220 on the bar for Kim, and it looks like it's going to time out.
I believe Kim is about to step on the platform, and deadlifts are about to go underway on platform 3.
Wow, this lifting tonight in this session has been going by very quickly, or at least it feels like it has been, just with the level of competition we've had so far. Very nice deadlift there from Wesley, 240 moving like butter.
We're
Very
seeing
fast deadlift from Rackley on platform 4. Didn't mean to cut you off there, Kenley.
massive deadlifts, massive jumps. Rockley with a 20 kilo jump. The energy is here. Everybody's excited for deadlift. We've got the night music.
Yeah,
Gino would
nighttime
say.
music. Nighttime music is back. And, you know, the energy right now might seem a little more tame just because with the deadlift especially, you're really building up that anticipation to a humongous third pull. A lot of athletes here are looking to make up ground on that third pull. And I don't know about both of you, but the deadlift, for me at least, I know a lot of people can attest to this, so affected by just the mental state you're in. I feel like there have been many days where you go into a session about deadlifting. If you're locked in, you know, it can be very easy to pull an all-time PR. But again, this is where, as Kenley mentioned before, taking that extra scoop of pre-workout before deadlifts just to get you wired in, very effective.
Wired in, cracked out. They're going to need all they can get for this big, massive third pull coming up. With Jacob absolutely smoking 270, could we see 290 from him?
But we're looking to see a lot of 300 kilo bulls with a lot of people in the second flight here opening up at or above 300 kilos with an opener as high as 335 kilos.
That is absolutely insane. 335 for a third attempt is crazy, but even crazier is you repping it out for a triple. That is what Joshua Hall can probably do.
$277.5 for Lewis. Should be a good lift. 3 white lights.
And the energy change being reflected here as we're hearing more and more of the horns coming into play here from the crowd. That nighttime music as well.
Definitely affecting the crowd here, and definitely affecting the athletes as some big deadlifts underway, especially from platform 1. We're getting missing off of grip.
It can be hard, but you know, grip and setting that grip during the deadlift is very, very key, especially with this CSS bar that is known for a little bit of that sharper knurling. Can be advantageous for those looking for a stronger grip, but can also, if you're not prepared for it, could get in your head. It is sharp, and with sharpness, it does come a little bit of pain. But our athletes here, very nice pull, 260 by Paulo on platform 1.
Not seeing a lot of conventional pulls, but we got Jonathan on platform 4 with a 282.5 kilo.
Oh, that's big,
Second
yeah.
attempt. Conventional. Narrow stance squat, narrower bench, conventional deadlift.
King of the narrows. Yeah.
He's competing at Collegiate Nationals on hard mode.
Very much so, but makes 282.5 move exceptionally well.
Our very own John Hack here in terms of how he executes the lifts. But again, you know, just because it's considered harder leverage-wise does not mean it's harder for him. It could be the best way you could execute and produce force here.
And
Liam taking 260.
We were talking about massive jumps. Dallas Romanowski jumping 25 kilos, a full 55 pounds from 260 to 285.
That is crazy.
Wow. If I had to guess, I would say there's another 25 or 30 kilo jump
100%.
behind this pole.
Taking a jump like that, I mean, think about when you're warming up. That's the jump you take when you're warming up. And in this case, yeah.
And moved like a last warm-up.
Yep.
I expect nothing less than a 25 kilo or 30 kilo
For
jump
sure. I
for
expect
his third attempt.
300 plus easily here.
Took the words right out of my mouth. 300 plus. Since you said that, 305. Load it up.
Load it up. And you know, it's funny because when we were on stream earlier this session, Ethan was mentioning taking over-unders on the jumps being made. And if you think about it, just making live calls on the weight selection for powerlifters, pretty interesting. You know, play some bets on it. Over-unders on weight jumps here. If it wasn't for the rule changes in the deadlift, though, for the third attempts,
It would be
funny to see.
absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
The only issue we'd run into is, unlike all these other sports, you got these athletes that are only competing 3 times a year,
Yeah.
maybe. And there's only a couple large meets. Super thankful for regionals, which is coming up here soon.
Very, very.
That's expanding upon not just the national stage, but we're bringing national level competition across it. Platform 4, Zhao trying to grind out 292.5 for a second attempt.
Thomas unable to get that second there. Let's see if he continues to put in a third or scratches it out. And Colin, kind of in a stressful situation here, needs to make this 270 to get on the board.
Talking about Dallas Romanowski jumping 25 keys. He ended up jumping 25 keys again to 300 instead of 305.
Crazy. Here's Jarrett on platform 3, looking to take 270 as his opener. Let's see how it goes.
That pull is very pretty.
Just like
very pretty.
the other Noak.
Just like Kyle, yeah.
270 kilos is nothing to scoff at as an opener.
Come on, Colin. Now, is that going to be a good lift for Colin? Let's see. He does need this. Yes, sir. He's on the board.
Good lift.
292.5 at platform 4, 644 pounds.
292.5.
Extra slaps on the back from his handler Max.
Talk about 300. I already see a 300 kilo deadlift being loaded up for a second attempt here on platform 1. On platform 1 for a second from John. Man, oh man.
Oh man, can't wait to see that. Unfortunately, it's going to be a no lift for Max.
Come on, Isaac.
Sir.
Wow.
Great lift from Isaac.
Wonder
they
how
give
much
it?
more.
Yes, and it's a great lift.
Wonder how much more he has in the tank. And Isaac there representing the Army. We do have someone there representing the Navy and Air Force. So once again, very much like to thank them for their service and for all you do. And now, Mr. PJ Krasinski here on platform 3. His deadlift has blown up these past few months. Yeah.
That bar was empty, I'm pretty sure. Oh, what was
Yeah,
that?
there we go. And knowing PJ, also about to take some very big jumps here, 20-kilo jumps, most likely. And I'm going to see so many 661-plus pound pulls.
Spencer absolutely smoking 292 as if it was an opener. That was insane.
John here getting ready for 300. I believe he did not take the did not successfully hit it. So we are back to thirds now for this flight.
And deadlift is so interesting with the peaking process because it's so make or break. And these second attempts are either going to move like butter or not at all.
Yeah. So much that goes into it. Your fatigue from squat, for example, could come into it. Cramping from bench press, I know, has been a potential issue as well in that lower back area. Does the taper hit? Does it not hit?
Like on platform 4, you got a 12.5 kilo jump.
Wow.
After missing 2 bench attempts.
What a great pull. The crowd is roaring right now.
The energy in here is absolutely ecstatic. You have to be here.
Now, these headsets are very, very effective at noise cancellation. I just took off one ear cup, and yeah, it's as if we're sitting in the crowd right now. Very loud, very big atmosphere here.
Great pull from platform 4 directly representing Liberty. It's a great lift.
Patrick, platform 3, blew up 295 kilos as an opener at 90 kg.
Matthew Nichols here getting ready to take 265 keys. Kind of interesting. We're seeing 2 Matthews go back to back here throughout the competition. See how he will do with 265 here on the bar. Jaden.
Lift from Jaden. And they give it to him.
Very well done, Jaden.
Caden Oliver making a conservative 5 kilo jump to 285. Kim making a 20 kilo jump, making it fly.
Bit of a grinder for 285 for Caden, but expertly loaded, just enough for him.
Very well done there. Very good call by his handler. Now, Gannon here on platform 1, 252.5 keys. Gannon looking to have a day here at Collegiate Nationals. If he hits this, near perfect day, 8 for 9. Let's wrap it up. Come on. Unable to get past that sticking point there.
He is able to submit a total with his 240 kilo.
285 kilos for Tyler Matson. Third attempt to pull everything together.
He is pumped up.
Great day. Going 7 for 9.
That's great. That's going to be a 17.5 kilo that you're seeing, or increase that you're seeing on platform 2 with Kyle Pack.
Seeing a lot of 20 kilo jumps today.
Lots. Platform 2 instead has Matthew Seltzer, 267.5.
Big pull.
Oh, but it slips out of his hand.
Oh, no. Again, so much technique that goes into the deadlift. It's not just yanking it off the ground with your back, especially if you're a sumo puller. You talk about balance. You talk about setting your grip. You talk about getting yourself as close into the bar and producing force downwards. It's not easy at all. It's not easy at all.
It really is not easy. Here's 290 for Jacob on platform 4. for his last pull of the day. If he makes this pull, he will go from 11th to 10th place temporarily.
Wow, Jacob,
Come
can he
on,
lock it
Jacob.
out? No. A little too much on the day, perhaps. Wow.
It was more than likely that fatigue was right. He jumped 15 kilos for a second attempt, missed it. Jumped
Meanwhile,
7.5 kilos for his third, missed it.
another Jacob there on platform 3, hitting his second successfully. Oh, is Edward all right on platform 1? Lost balance. I believe the spotters are trying to take his belt off, and
He's able to walk away from it.
hopefully just lost balance there and not strained anything at all.
Hopefully he is okay.
Jacob, 17.5 kilo
Wow.
jump. Making it look easy, conventional.
Purdue lifter right there. Very well done.
Here's Levy on platform 3, looking to make 270. Ooh, a bit of a pause, but gets it up. Good lift. Here's Jack Townsend marching out to 292.5 on platform 4, representing Liberty. If he makes this lift, he'll go from 10th to 7th temporarily.
Thomas unable to get his lift there. Liam getting ready for a third pull of 270 on platform 1. And I hear the bass turning up. Can't really tell what's on right now, but I'm sure it is appropriate for the nighttime. Nighttime music, as you would say.
Well, it is no longer nighttime music. We are back to rock music. Kyle absolutely smoking 270 on platform 2.
Christopher looking swole and smoking 275. Man, I wonder what the top end is on that final pull.
Reminder from Liam on platform 1.
Oh!
Slips out of his hand.
Slips out of his there. And giving love to the crowd there. Love to see the show of respect there from our lifter. Good day though.
Here's Tyler Lester, Georgia native, platform 2, going from 270 for his second attempt. Let's see how it goes. Patience at the bar.
Wow.
And a powerful pull from him.
Jarrett taking his time setting up with 285 for his second here. You can see he's taking his time. He's doing there with his arms, just getting it long.
Great lift from Jarrett on platform 3. It's going to be a miss for Chan, looks like.
Wow. Alex here grinding for that third attempt.
Alex needs it so bad,
Oh.
but doesn't get it.
Once that bar starts rolling, it's over.
And Luis here taking 295 for his third attempt. Unable to get it. Great attempt, however. Good move for him so far.
So according to last year, last year's CNATs, there was a tight 4-way battle within the raw 90 kilo division, all over 500 dots. The spread for placing was only 20 kilos across first through fourth. Aiden Willis finished with a win, followed closely behind Ben Lujan, Joshua Hall, Brian Harwood.
Meanwhile, on platform 4, Dallas Romanowski, 300 kg pull.
Beltless.
Ridiculous. Beltless, too. We're seeing the rise of the beltless pull, and it's
Perfect
paying
pull.
off. Oh, my
Massive
goodness. Talk
Nice job,
about
Dallas.
3 white lights.
talk about pacing there with the attempt selection.
8 for 9. Great day.
Big day, big day. 277.5 here, loaded for Isaac, beginning to cap off platform 1's lifts.
The pressure is on for Andres on platform 2 as he needs this 250
Wow.
pull to stay in the meet. Meanwhile,
Isaac.
platform 4, number of the beast is out.
Uh-oh, looks like Max forgot chalk on,
That's
on
crucial for these
platform
sharp
4.
bars.
And PJ here taking 290 on platform 3. Very good for a second, very fast. And he holds on to it. Very
Max
well
still has
done.
plenty of time after not chalking.
My bad,
Full 22
PJ did not
seconds.
take 290. PJ took the number of the beast as well. I'm sorry I doubted you, coach. But very strong pull there.
Max clears 302.5 as well, easily for a third attempt. Looks like Andres is back in the meet and he clears 250.
Very well done there.
Spencer
Alki
Knight.
with a monster deadlift, a 20 kilo increase with Colin on platform 1.
Can he break this
Shaky
red
top end.
carpet? Yes, he can. That is our
Does.
first successful, or one of our first successful third attempt deadlifts here in the flight, especially this late. Very well done.
Now he needs all the grip he can within his shoes, wiping off any extra baby powder on the bottom of his soles.
310 on both platforms now. Wow. Wow.
Great pull from Spencer. Up.
All
Up.
cheers.
Al does not get his pull on the 310 on platform.
John here bombed out previously in this meet, but let's see if he can clutch this 300 key deadlift and is unable to get that deadlift there. Still, respect to him for coming out and giving his all despite bombing out. It's not the easiest. And again, we were talking about, grip strength when it comes to the deadlift. Now, the TSS bar, this bar is the TSS G1. Really fun to pull on because it has that additional, very sharp railing that makes gripping onto it a lot easier, reducing the chance of you slipping on grip on competition day. And I personally do like pulling on the TSS. I think it just feels very satisfying. Obviously, if it's a live roll, you should beware of your calluses, but still a very good part of the bar.
Very similar
Yeah.
to the Rogue Ohio Power Bar, but at the current moment, it's significantly cheaper,
For sure.
and it won't stay that way for long because TSS has a higher quality bar,
Yep.
but they're trying to push it out right now and have more people use it because the most important thing in this industry is word of mouth. You see
Very well said.
in any gym you go into, it's Rogue, it's a Lyco. People typically tend to stay away from these smaller brands when TSS is out here trying to make a name for themselves outside of their racks
For sure.
with super high quality equipment, especially the bar, and they're starting off at a cheaper price just to get it out there.
Very high quality equipment here, as you can see, being used. Unable to get that off the floor on platform 2, losing position there, and still a good day for Matthew overall.
Great try from Jacob on platform 3. Looks like on platforms 1 and 4, we've moved on to the next flight. Expect some really heavy pulls as Niels starts us off with 272.5 keys for his opener.
Platform 2 as well, we're heading into about halfway into our flight with these thirds. We're going to see how much of the third attempts here are successfully made, especially when it comes to the deadlift. Lifters might choose to send a YOLO pull, as we might call it, giving it their all when they're riding that adrenaline wave. Armando here on platform 3.
And it plays out for him.
I think it does. Oh, looks like it might be up and down motion on those.
Solid
side
pull
racks.
from Will on platform 2, representing Roanoke College.
Matthew Nichols here taking 275 on platform 2. 275, 280 will be a very common attempt here for the next 5-ish lifters on this platform. Let's see how they all take a stab at it.
Here's Jacob Brush going for 272.5 for his final pull.
Wow.
Very, very strong pull. A smile at the top. He just went from 9th to 8th place.
Very well done there.
Mensinger on platform 3 just submitted a pull for 374 kilos. We'll see if he will hold up to it, but if he does, that will be crazy, as his second attempt was 237.5 keys.
I believe that most likely there as a placeholder attempt, but maybe Kim's like that.
No, Kim is like that, you
Kim's
know.
like that.
He's truly going for the win here.
I'm just gonna say that would be the biggest jump I've ever seen in my life. 140 keys.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. But, you know, he's like that, so he got it.
Oh yeah, you
Don't
got it,
worry
Kim.
about
Change the game.
There's Tyler coming off of platform 2 going for 275 for his final pull of the night.
Now Tyler, I believe, having a very good day so far. Maybe going 9 for 9. Let's check the LiftingCast. Just confirm Tyler would be going 9 for 9 if he lands this last pull. Very big day for the 700 plus kilo total.
He needs it.
Oh, right there
slips.
at his fingertips, quite literally.
So close.
Still, can't be bad. Very big day, 697.5 keys.
Platform 3, we have Jarrett Nowak supposed to come out for 292.5 keys. Here's Lucas Odom on platform 1, one of Georgia Tech's finest, going for 252.5 keys for his.
Lucas has had some great success with his deadlift, especially these past few training blocks. He did injure himself earlier last semester, so still trying to make a recovery here. We're all rooting for you, Lucas. Let's see this finished package here on the platform.
And you see Aiden in the corner scheming.
Yeah, he is now oh. And
Snappy.
funny you mentioned Aiden. Lucas actually just joined as one of Aiden's clients, I believe only 2 months ago, and he's had immense success under Aiden. Aiden coaching many other lifters.
Jarrett Nowak, 292.5 kilos, 3 white lights, platform 3.
Very well done. Now, looking a little ahead into the flight here, Seth, as we mentioned, forecasted for 7th in his weight class, but still on platform 1. Now, for those who are unaware, the way the organization works in terms of who's on what platform is based on incoming qualifying totals. But as you can see, Seth, this might be that one case where his QT, I believe, was around 650 kilos. He's willing to add up to 100 plus kilos on that on the day at the national level, which is insane. And apparently he's also like 17 years old. So
Really, really young.
yeah, so much ahead of him. This is just the beginning. Ridiculous how strong some of these lifters are at such a young age.
A grinder for Dawson with 280 in his hands. He finally gets it.
And big time pull here from Mr. Grayson Duggar. Such a pretty pull on him.
In the warm-up room, he was sprinting around the back with the nose strip on,
Yep.
acting like a savage animal.
An
Let's
animal
go.
he is,
Oh my goodness.
making 305.
Looking like Dan Grigsby out there and putting up weight like that too. That was ridiculously fast. Wonder what he has in store for his second and third attempts here. And a fan favorite here. You saw that correctly, a 30 kilo difference between openers here. Mr. Houston himself, Joshua Hall, 335 for an opener. I can already hear the crowd getting excited for this pull and cheering on both the current lifters and Josh here.
Josh is going to need everything that he can get to make his 335 look smooth. If he slips up here, Grayson could be in the running.
Brent unable to lock that. And now, Josh, talk about ape index as a powerlifter, the measure of the wingspan to your height. He is the best example. Just look at where his arms land up when he ends up locking out this deadlift right here. Barely hinging.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows. He feels it.
Yep. Pointing at the crowd. Oh yeah, that's for them. Let's see what he has here on the day. Ridiculously fast. That's ridiculous.
Your set that we were talking about earlier. 5.
Ooh, a little bit of a struggle.
Gives Kev going for 302.5. Misses. And a dab for the cameras.
The dab on the camera. Cam, just load up 374 next time, man. Just take it. You might as well unsuccessfully attempt 374. all love here, though. Great showing by him on the day. And ow. 310. We are pushing past 7-plate deadlift territory here. Oh. Looking like a bull in a stampede right now. Coming out swinging.
And in order for Al to score points for his team, he needs this bull, as he will go from 12 to 7.
Break that top 10. Very strong slack pull.
1 out.
Oh my goodness. Breaks the floor.
Finish it.
What a pull. Can he hold on to it?
It is.
Oh my goodness. Talk about patience.
White lights.
What a pull. And now, PJ Krasinski here going for what I believe is an all-time PR. 312.5 kilos. That is pushing 690 pounds. And if successful, he will stay in first place so far. Obviously, that will change as we have the next fight come up, but still.
On platform 2, 300 kilos for Adrian.
Wow.
90 kilo lifter.
In the America colorway for the A7 singlet. PJ, can he hold it at the top? Oh. So close. It was
Strong
there.
deadlift from Neil
Very
on
good
platform
call.
4. Adrian needs no. Ooh. He is okay. He's able to walk away unscathed. Grinder of a goal from Bryson. As he attempts it. Magic fingers, 287.5 for his second pull on platform 4. Making excellent work of it.
Patrick Festa to pull 325
Wow.
for a
That's
90
crazy.
kilo lifter.
This is a big pull. Oh, my. Wow.
That was crazy.
That moved very well. Perfect attempt selection for a third deadlift. And we are on to our next flight. I believe our last flight here on platform 3. Big one as well.
Very big. It's going to be very exciting as the competition is very close.
When we look at platform 2, Will Black, 235. Definition of sub-toe specialist.
Very well done, though. Platform 1, Yuan here.
The bar is loaded for Ethan Nguyen. 295 keys is loaded for him.
Big jump. Miles taking his time to pull that slack. Wow, and he cannot get it off the floor.
One missed his lift, but after he dropped the bar, he was starting to feel out his hand. Looks like that TSS ate up a callus of his.
Correct. Hopefully he can recover. You know, when that happens, when you start ripping your skin in the middle of a competition, you kind of gotta like, literally maybe glue it together. But however, you know, that's something you have to be aware of.
Now you can bandage it up, but you can only do 1 revolution of a bandage.
Correct.
And the judge or the ref has to visibly check your hand and make sure you are able to lift. Rocky Hughes coming out with his knee sleeves for the deadlift. That's interesting.
Pulling his
Joey
third
here.
squat for an opener.
I think I hear people chanting his name. Joey Gorman, big KSU lifter, hometown crowd, big pull. Very well done. Easy lift there.
We're seeing a lot of well-balanced lifters.
Oh yeah, definitely. People targeting their weaknesses, working on it. Nobody is particularly lagging in one lift. Love to see it.
Looks like the crowd is cheering on Milo for platform 4 as he goes for 297.5.
Wow.
Absolutely smokes it.
Demetrius.
Ooh, Demetrius.
I see another 20-kilo jump in his future.
Demetrius unable. I guess he must have jumped the down command there.
For sure jumped the down command there, or
All
the
good.
whip could have got him.
Strength is there.
Strength is definitely there. That's a 20-kilo jump.
We'll see how much Demetrius goes
much
up. I'll
there.
see here soon.
Jadara Nwosu, platform 4, Georgia Southern. He's going for 300 keys for his second attempt.
We'll have 4 pulls at or above 300 keys on this 4th platform here. All starting with this pull.
A great pull from Jadara. Let's see. Oh, but a no lift. There was up and down motion. .267.5 is loaded for local Georgia native, Landon Spurgeon, as he marches out onto the platform.
Paul Acosta, 310 kilos on the bar for him.
Crazy deadlift from Paul.
Landon opening at 267.5. Big opener here. Smokes it as well.
Good deadlift from Paul, but it looks like it was soft knees and soft shoulders as well.
Can hear the thudding of the weights as they're slammed on the platforms all the way from over here. This is no joke. And Grayson.
15-kilo jump.
Wow.
320 kilos.
I wonder what his third's going to be, because this is approaching a meet PR already. And it looks like he's having a great day so far. Let's see what Mr. Stone has planned for him. I got to say, Grayson, looking very cold out there.
Gabe smoking 275 for his opener on platform 3.
And Lucas Odom, another Georgia Tech lifter, on platform 1 as well. 270 here, or 272. Let's see how these
Doug,
Yellow
320.
Jackets pull these. Let's go.
Making sure to set his grip on the TSS
Wow,
bar.
very well done for Lucas. Very well done for Grayson.
Really showing
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, talk that talk. Let's go.
What's that Georgia Tech saying? Sting him?
Sting him.
That
Sting
Hell of
him.
an engineer.
That puts Doug in 2nd place behind Josh Hall.
This is what Doug wants. Wants to establish himself as the 100-kilo lifter in the state. And wants
And
to put himself in that range.
what is
with Josh.
absolutely ridiculous is we have Josh Hall coming out for a second attempt at 357.5 kilos, and he's already 50 kilos ahead of the second
Man,
place
just
lifter.
working on his craft with that deadlift.
That is absolutely insane.
Now
He's-
let's look up the records currently right now. I have it pulled up, and when we consider, of course, at 100 kilos, the collegiate deadlift record is set by Ashton Ruska, 363 kilos. Now hold on. Let's see what's there for Josh today, because 363 kilos is that sweet 800-pound mark. Will Josh be matching or breaking that today? We'll see.
Oh,
He
Yeah.
destroyed
he's blowing.
357.5 kilos.
Out the water there. And Kyle White.
Josh points at his handler. His handler knows he's going to load it up.
Kyle White, the hometown hero here. 285 keys for his opener. Taking a look back, he has time on the clock. The bar is rolling.
30 seconds left. Kyle.
Take his time.
Kyle's going to need this as every kilo counts.
Kyle has a very simple and elegant setup there and smokes his opener.
Wonderful pull from Kyle.
Wonder how
Kyle.
he's feeling for the day.
Looking to preserve his first place spot, but he's got Jacob right behind him.
Jacob. Brody here, 290, big opener as well. And Seth taking 300 keys. That's a big jump from his opener. Looked a little shaky at lockout. That moved faster than his opener. What the heck?
A lot faster. It seems that he found the tech that he was missing. A great second attempt. Lots of room for his third.
290
Wow.
absolutely flying on platform 3 for Brody.
And we have Evan here on platform 3.
We're going to have the wrong names on the screen for the moment while we get this updated. It's better to do it now than at the end of the flight, because that's when it comes down to the wire and it's on a need-to-know basis. As of now, the best place you can keep track of the names is on LiftingCast.
Cole there, unable to get his third attempt deadlift on platform 1. Now, let's see how these thirds look on platform 1. Can our lifters get a good streak going with successful thirds?
Platform
Andrew
3.
King looking to open with 305 keys on platform 3, representing Florida State.
Wow.
Very fast 305.
And now this is looking very far ahead, but Seth has loaded 315 for his third deadlift, and if he successfully hits that, that will push him into the top 5. Talk about coming in as a lifter with one of the lower QTs as a 90. I mean, 650 is only 15 kilos above. Actually, that is the minimum QT, I believe, for the 100 kilo lifters. And he's adding on 130 kilos on top of that. And Seth here, obviously one of the biggest pullers in the 90 class. 310.
310, heaviest pull of the flight. Platform 3.
Wow.
A great
Wow.
pull from Seth.
Beautiful pull. Bryson, can he finish through 250? Gets it past his knees. Oh my goodness. Now looks good from our angle. Will it be called for ramping?
We'll see.
And it won't. And it won't.
247 and a half was a grinder, but he was able to squeeze out another 2.5 keys. That's got to be the up.
Well done.
Here's Rocky on platform 2. A little bit slow, but gets to 55
Rocking the knee sleeve.
with the knee sleeves. Jadera, he's going for a 10 kilo increase for his last pull that he missed at 300.
Miles,
will
re-attempting
put him into
250.
310.
Couldn't get off the ground first attempt. Making it move just like a second attempt.
Can Shadera execute here and solidify his place in third with a massive 310 kilogram pull? Let's see it.
Jadera absolutely needs this. Come on.
Switching grips here.
Big
Wow! Can he
Come
finish it? Unable to lock that out.
That pull would have kept him in third. He's already in third.
But Ethan Nguyen is looking to pull heavier and to steal third from Chidera.
Platform 1, 265 up next for Hayden here.
Ethan Wynn, platform 4, 310 on the bar. If he manages to pull this, he'll go from 4th to 3rd.
We do have an attempt change in progress. We'll have to wait and see. So it is going to be for Ethan Wynn, 310 kilos for the man. Miss from Hayden on platform 1. He does get to walk away with 255, however. Here's Ethan on platform 4. He needs this to get 3rd place. A big pull from him, and he gets it.
Wow.
The judges will give it
Yes,
three
he is
white
ecstatic.
lights.
That'll pull him into 3rd place.
Well done there. What a way to pull into placement.
Milo with a 15-kilo jump.
Ethan taking
312 and a
272
half.
here on platform 1. Wow, the crowd is roaring right now. Considering how late it is, this is insane. Wow, I can.
Great pull from Colin. Milo, if he gets this 312 and a half key pull, this will put him in point scoring position from 11th to 8th.
And platform 4 here, heading into some of our biggest pulls now. Maybe one of our first platforms to wrap up. We have only 4 lifters left. But my oh my, these are insane numbers here for deadlifts. And do we have Joshua Hall's 3rd deadlift attempt?
370.
370.
370 is absolutely
Instead
crazy.
of going up 6 kilos to
So,
chip the record.
Is that going to be subject to a
jumped.
change, or is that just him standing on business right there?
Oh, that's him standing on business for sure.
That's insane.
Meanwhile,
Josh-
we got Blaine, platform 4, wrapping it up.
Now hold on, let me do some real quick research here.
Josh Hall's debut at the national stage in the 100-kilo class has been astonishing as he performs a monster squat of 320 and a half kilos, followed by 167 and a half bench and a potential 370-kilo deadlift.
All right, now we have Joey Gorman here. Hometown crowd right behind him, 275 here. Great deadlifter, let's see it. Let's see him pull. Can he PR his meet total? What a pull! What a smooth walkout,
And he
great
can.
execution. Great job, Joey. Let's go, he's all pumped up. Amazing work there.
Patrick Borman throwing his AirPods off before the 317-kilo pull.
Come on, Pat. What
Move.
a great pull.
Great. We'll see what the judges say.
And he just scored some points for West Virginia. What a beautiful pull from him.
Landon here taking 282 and a half keys. Big jumps for him.
He absolutely needs
Come
this.
on! Oh! And he is visibly frustrated. It looks like it just got stuck on that right side, I believe. Let's see if he takes that. Maybe just position it.
Paul, with the bar stapled to the ground and could not lift 320.
Unable to break it off the floor. Gabe taking 290 here for his 2nd attempt.
Grayson already secured his spot in 2nd.
Wow. Congratulations, Grayson, man. He's put in. Now, Grayson, what's ridiculous to consider is his baseline strength was so high coming into college. So many years of lifting, but he still somehow managed to add so many pounds to his total in 2 years. I know, just like Ethan, on top of his stuff here. Wow, and Hembry, Jacob Hembry locking that out. No lift there on technicality. Grayson cannot break 3:30 out before. Still a great day. Second place at your second CNETs. Come on now.
Meanwhile, Josh Hall, 370 on the bar. This
Kyle White
pull,
also walking up to his second, but Josh Hall, yes.
Josh Hall, it'll be an American record. He'll be the 19th heaviest total under 100 kilos.
Just ahead of Mr. Bryce Lewis himself back here in the media crew.
Sounds like
area.
he's a little bit jealous with Josh Hall about to surpass him.
Come
on
on,
the open
Lucas.
powerlifting.
Let's go, Lucas.
Let's go.
Way to come back from an injury. And that's all whites there. Lucas, great job, man. Great future ahead of you in this weight class. Now, big pull. Josh, getting into the crowd.
Come on, Josh. Give the crowd what they want.
Come on, Josh. This record is yours for the taking.
He's already secured his spot
Already secured
as
his
the
spot.
number 1 100 kg at Collegiate Nationals
Standing on
2024.
business there, but a record to go with this would be a phenomenal way to end the day.
This would be crazy.
Come on, Josh.
As he smashes Ashton Ruska's previous 100 kilo deadlift record.
Wow!
Incredible
Can he lock it
speed!
out? Oh
He
my
does!
goodness!
Oh my goodness.
Will that get 3 whites? That's all he needs,
To
and that is
a
an
three.
American record.
A good lift, a very emotional lift
Wow.
for Josh.
Josh, now just keeping up with this training, he has faced a lot of adversity, and him really making this 100 kg weight class his own. We love to see it. Finally, somebody breaking that record of Ashton's. Has to watch out. That is insane. Well done here. Now Seth on platform 1. Big pull here, 310. He moved his third down 5 kilos. If he hits this, he will be forecasted to be placed 4th in the 100 kg class.